we've put together some new initiatives, and this was really one of them. We felt that it's very important to continually be learning and educating. We're always learning, even us old guys that have been around a long time, and there's so many new young faces in the audience, and there's very few opportunities here in Canada to learn hands-on and hear from some experts that we really have brought in here today, and we're very fortunate. So without further ado, we've got Sergio de Souza is here. He's going to be our first speaker. And then Marette Farrell from Kentucky is going to speak about breeding and conformation. And we have Alison McDougall from Purina is going to talk about some nutrition. And then Dr. Natalie Côté will speak on radiographic findings and scopes and some veterinary items. Really looking forward to it. I hope you enjoy it. I'm going to moderate a little bit as we go along, and most of it will all be done in here. For the conformation part, we're going to step out into the shed row here and look at a couple of yearlings so everybody can get an idea, and hopefully Marette doesn't pick them apart too much so the camps don't shoot us, but I know she won't. So I'd like to introduce Sergio de Souza. Sergio is a native of Brazil. He left Brazil back, I think, in the late 80s, and first landed in Kentucky at Margot Farm, that many of you know now is owned by the Hill family, some Canadians. And from there, I think he went over to Ireland and worked for Godolphin and a couple other spots in Europe as well. No, you can't speak yet. I'm on the mic.
No. Oh, you are? Oh, we can see it.
Oh, there you are. Okay. And then came over and started, I think, with Adena Springs with Mr. Stronach.
Eventually, yes.
Eventually, and then after a few years, Sergio with his partners, they founded Hidden Brook Farms. And he has 600-acre farm in Lexington, raised so many good horses there, and has a major presence at all the major sales as a consignor. And as a consignor myself, there's certain people out there that we have this mutual respect for, and Sergio is definitely one of those people. And as a buyer, that I always enjoy going to your consignment and seeing your horses, and he does a really good job. So he's going to lead off here and talk kind of about the prep process and raising horses right through to the eventual sale, and looking forward to hearing what he has to say. So please welcome Sergio.
Good morning, thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thanks everybody that put this, organized this deal here. It's awesome to travel around the world and share. Basically, I'm going to just share what I do. It's not necessarily right or wrong. It's just an experience. Besides being a consignor, I'm also a breeder. So my approach to my horses, my derby day is not the sale. We all want to make money, but I target the racetrack. So everything that I do, I keep that in mind. Okay, I don't think I will ever sacrifice my horse well-being for a sale. We race also, so if we have to do it, so we do that. So sales prep, it's not brain surgery. It's a continuation of your program. You cannot have a horse that you don't pay attention for since he was born, and in 2 months, I have a great sales prep program. This is going to be a fantastic horse that's going to show well. So you have to, throughout your horse's growth, you have to pay attention on. If it's conformation, which is for the sales, is imperative, and that goes through his well-being, through his nutrition, Nutrition today, which you're going to have somebody speaking about it, is very advanced. So you should take advantage of what's available for your horse. Most of the feeds are balanced feeds. So I'm a very basic horseman. I don't use a lot of additives. My horses are raised outside. They're handled, but they spend most time out in the fields until we start the final sales prep. So sales prep, it takes most horses 8, maybe 10 weeks, but you also always have to pay attention to each individual. You can't just have a program and say, this is what I'm going to do, and every horse will do the same. You have to mold your program around each horse. 95% of them, are straightforward, but you have to be able to identify that and make your changes. And I'm talking about yearling sales. The weanling sales, which can come up pretty quick. There's some horses that'll be shortly, right before the sale, being weaned. So you have to know what sale you're targeting for your horse, and then plan accordingly. We do hand walk our weanlings the same way we do our yearlings. The sales is all about presentation and your horse showing its potential to the buyers. So the sales prep per se, it starts for me in February when I x-ray all my yearlings. It is important to know what you have. A lot of horses may have a little just blemish, that part of the growth, which will go away, so we just monitor. But if it gets to a certain point, usually we do surgeries, if necessary, in April, May. That could be the difference from somebody bidding on your horse, or just if there are two horses, they like the same, they say, I'd rather the one with no blemish versus the one that may need a surgery. And that's a question that we can argue all we want. We do too many surgeries, this is right, this is wrong. It doesn't matter. When you go to a sale without hurting the horse's well-being, you have to provide something the buyers want to buy. I cannot go to, I'm from Brazil, I cannot sell Argentinian soccer shirts in the Brazilian game. Nobody's going to buy it. So you gotta keep it in mind. The sale is for the buyer. So always pay attention to that. And also with the x-rays, one thing I rely a lot on is what am I going to do with that horse? For an example, today there's so much criticism about sesamoiditis, for example. Sesamoiditis, it didn't appear in the last 10 years. It's been around. We just haven't been able to identify. So, is this supposed to be?
I don't know. I think
It's for the videographer.
Oh, okay. I put it back. So, if you, and also pay attention to your horse with the x-rays, with the conformation. You have a horse that's showing some signs of sesamoiditis, and you perhaps don't want to lunge the horse much or at all, or on the walker or at all. It gives you a little more information. Information is important. And you also, with the nutrition, you have to keep your horse growing. At least in Kentucky, we have, the grass comes around March, April gets really strong, and then so you try to keep them growing well until then, and then you have to reduce a little bit of the feed intake. Otherwise, especially fillies, you may have a filly that's nice and correct, and then spring comes and you keep feeding hard, and the grass comes, and all of a sudden the horse has some physitis and start towing. That's all from development. So I don't like heavy horses. I think heavy anything is a problem. I have a little problem myself. So I think it's important for us to see that these are young athletes, that you have to help them grow through exercise, first and foremost, which, nice paddocks, nice fields, or whatever facilities you may have. And you have to identify the ones that need more help or less help. So, and that's how hopefully targeting for the sale. So you gotta kind of pay attention all the way through. One thing is you can't cure in 2 months is your horse's feet. So, we trim our horses every month. When they're yearlings, we do more often when they're young foals. But at some point, you have a horse, you have correction for towing in or this or that. At some point, you need to stop that and balance your horse's foot. Because I rather see a horse that may tow in a little bit, but the angle of their feet is nice and is well balanced. When you pick up the foot, you see the frog lined up, and then instead of one that's out sideways and the correction. I think that's something that will hurt your horse later on, or take longer for them to get to the track, because I think you have to balance your horse from the ground up. So for me, that's very important. On my program, the farm, the yearlings, they will come in every morning. They have individual feeds. We do the general grooming, and they go back out after a couple of hours. So when sales season starts, for example, for the September sales now, in June, we start. I walk my horses maybe 3-4 times a week. But I turn them out every day, as it gets close to the sale, every night. So I try slowly to introduce your horse to change a routine. Horses like routines, and they don't like drastic changes. So we may start, I have a walker, which I only walk. I think it's important to show your horse different things to do with it. So I just get them to learn to go on the walker and turn around and blah, 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 and hand walk a little bit and start teaching how to stand. So when I really start prepping, they already know. So I can, those last 2 months, we're really prepping the horses. They go on the walker a little longer, again, only walking. But it's all kind of, this week my horses stayed up until 3 o'clock, for example, instead of just being turned out at 10 o'clock in the morning. So starting Monday, we're going to then start turning out at 7 o'clock. So they, it's kind of gradual for them. It works for us. I prep horses in the fields together, not all of them. The fillies, yes. Colts, I have some colts there together. If I have, but good size areas. I take the troublemakers out. If I could, I would raise my horses in the field. If I could, I wouldn't leave my horses up. I would have no problem if my horse has a little bit of sunburn. It means that my horse is healthy and he goes out. But again, I'm not selling the Argentinian shirt to the Brazilian game. So you gotta play the game, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So the other thing that's that part of the transition is you introduce your horse to a bit. Never had a bit in his mouth. You teach your horse how to tie up. You have to learn to adjust your halter, and put the bit right on the horse's mouth. That's how important it is. Always pay attention to little details. You start teaching them how to show, how to turn around, how to walk on. I have a riding background. I'm not a very good rider, but I have a riding background. So there's a huge difference between pressure on the horse and contact, right? When you ride. And it's no different from a yearling when you're teaching how to walk. You teach them how to go on, and you have contact, and you try to have the horse stride on and show its full potential and be relaxed. So the person that's doing that, he has to be confident. You have to walk like you own the horse. You have to look up. You have to, try to do in groups, because when you get to the sales, you could be showing horses next to others. So it's important, and it's practice. That's every day. There are different people do different things with sales prep. Some use tack. I use a bungee cord that goes around between the legs and tie up in the bit, but not tight. The horses have to learn to walk, and they will find a comfortable place for them. For me, it's important because as you do that, it makes them really use their hind end, and I think it helps developing their backs, and it helps them to really have long strides. So it works for me with that. Some people like to put horses with singles and side reins in the walker. I'm not a big fan of that, but it's just my opinion on that. I'd rather the hand walking. I hand walk my horses probably, the ones that are doing well, 3 times a week, 20 minutes. But you walk, I will come back, there's an area where we have the shows at the farm, and then we all just stand and show and turn around, just like if you're showing at the sales. So the horses that need a little more, you have to identify, I need to do a little more often. Do I need to change the bit? We use a bar bit with the little keys on it. Some horses like that. Some horses prefer the straight bit. Some horses a chain over the nose. Some horses with a lip chain until they relax. So you have some horses nothing. Some horses just with a chain on a halter. You have to try to identify that. And if you try to identify the trends on your horse at the farm, it's much easier when you get to the sale. Because the sale, some horses, they act differently. Some of them just get there and they just relax, no problem. And some of them, it's a big change for them. So, and then you're trying to, figure out the equipment. At least you have a pretty good idea what will have worked for your horse at the farm. And then that's when you go to it. At the sales, you may not have, enough time to do it. In Equine, as you get on past book 3, you ship, show, and sell. So there's not much time to try to figure out what to do. You have to kind of have that in your mind already coming in. It's very helpful. At the farm, basic grooming, it's important, not just to make your horse look good. It's important for your horse to have more contact with the person and learn to relax around. Again, we teach them how to tie up on the wall. You picking their feet, and if you want to paint their feet, you can paint their feet. I think it's not always necessary. It looks good at the sales, and we do at the sales, unless you have a horse with a hoof issue. A horse with a health foot, you shouldn't really need anything. And it's all about practice. It's repetition, and you have to figure out sometimes. For an example, I have the horse we're prepping. I have 7 guys working for us. So there are guys or ladies that they don't suit certain horses, like a rider. When you're a trainer and you have a rider that doesn't get on with that horse, so you have to get somebody that might be a little rough, somebody might be too timid, especially for colts. So you have to, again, identify your horse, and you have to try get the best jockey on, because the sales is very important. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, at the farm, what we do. And then you're getting ready for the sales. I shoe my horses only once, most of them. Some I have to do it again, treat as an individual more. I shoe some of my horses all around. If I think it helps my horse, I do it. And if people say, why the horse has shoes behind? I said, because it helps my horse. When they go to the racetrack, they have shoes all around. So if it's not, I'm trying to, not show show my horse. I'm just doing the best I can for that horse. But most horses, I show them just in front. And, you do your final shoeing and try to balance your horse. Of course, you put a little correction when you need to. But I do that about 3 days from shipping. My horses still go out until the day we ship them to the sales. Backing up a couple weeks before the sales, you're doing your X-rays again, right? And I call the dream crushers when they come in. You do all this work and you see this beautiful horse, and then there's something lucency somewhere there that is there. Nobody really knows what's going on, but it is there. And you have to prepare yourself. I mean, that somebody is going to criticize it. So as much as you like, you can make a decision at a time and say, well, I'll take a shot. Maybe somebody will buy it, or I'll sell this horse for a discount, or I just keep and race. Most horses, in my opinion, they just don't run because they're just not very fast. I don't think it's the scope, the X-ray. My riding horse was Zenyatta's first fall, and he was no good, but we had fun jumping. So I think it's, but at the sales, you have to be prepared and realistic to yourself and your expectations, and know what you have when you get there. The scope is another part. You can scope your horse at the farm, and it might be different at the sales. There's so many different opinions that you have to, accept that when you're a consignor. There's no, some owners they rely on some veterinarian's opinion, and that's their opinion, and you can't go there and beat the guy up and make him beat on your horse. So you just have to accept that at the sale. So also at the sale, you make sure your horse. So you spend all these 2.5 years when you bred your mare, raise your foal, when you prep the horse, and everything looks awesome, and you're going to the city. Oh yeah. Well, make it look good. Have a nice halter, have a nice shank. The people working for you dress, put a little bit of a nice pants, nice shirt, nice shoes. They look okay. Not the hat backwards. It's all about presentation. When they walk up there to your barn, they're saying, okay, these guys, they have, pride on, they're proud of what they produce. So it's very, very important. The first look of your consignment is very important. The first look at your horse. You have people working for you that take the same pride as you do, which is very difficult, on their horse. So when they're getting their horse out of the stall, everybody's quiet and your horse is relaxed, and you come out, your show person is the game changer when you're at the sales. You gotta have a guy or a girl that's confident, knows what they're doing, and they act like they own their horse. Or actually, they walk like we used to say, you walk like you stole them. So but you have to be, to present the horse. You may only have 2 minutes to impress that buyer. And when we're at Equine, you have 400 horses a day. It's a quick impression. Sometimes you walk down, and they just say, okay, and you walk right back up. So you need to, the best you can, first of all, find a good spot to show your horse. There are a lot of times, and sometimes you can't control. At Equine, for an example, you split in the ring, and there are 3 shows going. And I always say there are 3 bad shows. There's nobody gaining anything by, just walking to the wall and coming back. You see nothing. So have you or your show person, hey, Marette, do you mind if I bring over? She's there to see the horse. So bring it over to a good spot to show your horse. sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. But try to do that. Is up the hill, is on embankment, or that it doesn't help anybody. The buyers are there to buy horses, so just always keep that in mind. And in your barn you have your farm sign. Your shed row is clean. You may have a few mints for the people there. David, he has all kind of McDonald's set up over there in his barn. So you try to get people to hang around a little bit, and so you can have a conversation with them. Talk to buyers about your horse. If you have a lot of the family, you talk about the traits of that family. Oh, this reminds you of this reminds you of that. And the other thing that's important, we have those show cards when the agent or trainer or the buyer, you give it to them, they put their name and or horses they want to see. I try to build reputation for yourself to show people horses that you like. Nothing wrong with it. So if you see Marette comes to the consignment and she marks a couple of horses, I say, Marette, this horse here I really like. She will look. But don't throw one that is and what some of the buyers are looking for. So they don't mind if you add a good horse that you think they may like. If I have a 2-year-old pin hooker, there's no sense for me showing a horse that looks like going to be, a mile and a half on the turf. So don't waste time, but build a relationship with your buyers or trainers. Many times people come by the barn. We have what we call the short listers. They come through like hurricanes over there, and they have, each owner has their, or agent have their way they want their horse to look like, and they go really quick through it. And then when the principal comes by, many times I say, or they even say to me, Sergio, did they miss anything here? I say, well, I kind of like this. They may not like it, but generally I like the horse. I'm not trying just to push something. That's important because credibility is important for your consignment. I think that's kind of the guidelines that we do, but every year you learn a little bit here, a little bit there. The exercising part, it changes. A lot of people swim horses. I don't have a swimming pool. I weigh the risk versus reward to have to load a yearling and take it in somewhere and come back, and if it's really necessary, I don't know. I don't have an opinion because I don't do it. But you have other things nowadays. You have the saltwater spas or the walking treadmills. Those are all things that are helpful, but you have to adjust to each horse that may need that. So doing more doesn't mean you're doing better. Sometimes you're just doing more. But if you have the facilities, it's great. But anyways, so that's a little bit of what we do. And I'll be glad to answer anything you...
Thanks, Sergio. I didn't like the McDonald's comment. I'd like people to ask some questions, and believe me, there's no stupid questions, especially in this business. So if there are any for Sergio, please go ahead, Francine.
How long do you suggest walking them for when you do walk them for?
I walk about 20 minutes. I think it's they get a little. For me, I think you can't walk a horse fit on my program, but I turn them out because if you look at the horses that we raise for racing, you go out there and those horses, they look so good. They are strong, they're lean, they have some bleach, they have a few bites and stuff, but condition-wise, they look awesome. So my walking is mainly for educational purposes and try to get the horse to showcase its ability to walk. Some you can't, but so I don't think that's for me. And then I spend about 5-10 minutes with each horse teaching how to show, how to stand, how to back up, how to come forward, and how to turn. And we do more of that than the actual walking. I think you get after a certain amount of time, you get your horse either got it or he's getting tired and fell up on it.
But I think one thing that's important at the sale is buyers are very intuitive. They're watching every single thing that's happening. So just don't think you know your showtime is out in front of that buyer in the shed row. They're watching you knock that horse off, getting them ready to come out. They're watching the personality of that horse, seeing what they're doing in their kind of their so-called natural environment. And I think it's very important to always be thinking, you know, as soon as I bring this horse out of the stall, it's showtime. And keep that in mind. And so many people have walked away from horses because they act like a screwball, you know, back in the shed row. And it's very important.
Yeah.
I just want to add one thing. So talking about adding horses or grabbing somebody to look at a horse, I mean, I'm typically not a yearling buyer. And I was walking through Sergio's barn at Keeneland, and he said to me, I got this Canadian bred ghost zapper filly you need to look at. And who was it? Moira. True story. So
if I knew she was going to be that good, I would buy it myself.
So true. But anyway, so Sergio did prep and sell us Moira, which he did a wonderful job.
Another question, Pat? Thank you very much. Your points about hand walking and getting them to show well, I mean, that all makes total sense. But from a staff perspective, can't always hand walk every horse, you know, 3 times a week. Do you use a walker as well? Could you comment on that? And then the second part of my question is, if you identify sesamoiditis, how do you prepare your horses differently?
Yes, we do use the walker, only for walking, but it's more, like I've got a walker, I've got a TheraPlate, but it's more for horses to learn to do different things, you know, on the walker. I only walk them, and they turn around and, you know, all that, but it's more educational. The TheraPlate is another tool that I have just so they can stand there, and it teach them patience. You know, they have to be standing in one spot there, and there are other values for the TheraPlate, for example, that I can use for increased blood flow for whatever, if it's a foot abscess or whatever it may be. There are so many. You go to the app there. I like to stand on the TheraPlate myself. But if I have a horse with sesamoiditis, and then that horse would never go on the walker because it's unnatural, really, for the horse to be going tight circles, especially, I mean, sometimes you're prepping a foal is a yearling that's born in May. So you're talking about 13, 14 month, 15 month foal that you're trying to do something that's not natural for them. I don't mind my horses going to the sales looking like yearlings. It is the yearling sales. Yeah, they don't need to look like they're ready to get in the starting gate. For me, you know, like I say, but I'm a breeder to the racetrack, and I sell to the. I want, believe me, I want to make. I owe a lot of money on my farm. My greatest partner is my bank, but you know, that's my focus. You know, that's is the racetrack. Is my derbies when they're 3-year-olds. So you know, if they come out looking like they're ready to go, they just did that themselves. They're just, some horses are more precocious, like people. Horses are no different than us. So that's what the information that sesamoiditis will give it to me. Now, so the sesamoiditis, I mean, obviously, everybody, if you have a foal that's strong in the pasture and good angles, and come up with some sesamoiditis. I'm not a scientist, but it has to be part of growth and incidental findings. Just because we can open that, zoom in digital X-ray now and look like the Amazon River there. And it was there for 100 years. We couldn't see it. And so if that horse is strong, and now if you have a horse that has a pastern that's this long and he walks, he's already, very slack, and he has sesamoiditis. I mean, to me, or Marette, he wouldn't get to the sesamoiditis part. It's just the conformation. So, and that's when the horse is showing clinical signs based on the conformation, and then you have to be aware of that. It doesn't mean that horse is not going to run, but that horse is not going to be ready to be pushed, early. You got to give them time. And even Marette had the discussion yesterday a little bit. What do I do for sesamoiditis? I don't think this. You have people. I don't use any supplements. My feed is balanced. So if I keep adding stuff, I'm unbalanced. What am I doing? I'm not a nutritionist. I rely. There's the feed company is 5 miles from my farm. The feed is done. I have soil samples. If there's anything missing, it's there on the feed. So, it's when I was in Brazil, we had oats and we give barley and then we give, corn. You get that big shovel and mix it up and hopefully the thing. But it's not now. So the feed that I use for my yearlings is the same feed throughout. I don't change. The only difference for the sales prep is the same. It's a 14% protein feed that has all the oils already in, and they're large pelleted feeds. I don't feed sweet feed on the farm. I feed less with pellet feed, and the horses, I think they get out of it digested. I hated to walk in the field and you see corn, oats, and you're just throwing your money out there, and I feed less quantities. I think that's important for our horses. So,
do you is this on? Yeah. Do you feel that people maybe over prep their horses too much and they carry too much weight as a young horse? It's harder on the joints and they crash and burn after the sale.
It's proven. It's proven. If you have a heavy horse, you have more orthopedic problems. I wean my foals on my farm when they're 4 months old. Oh my God, it works for me because the grass is really strong. The foal's already eaten. I don't creep feed them. They just, mama, that's it. Mama's gone. The milk is, after a while, is just source of fat. They don't really need it anymore. It's tough on the mares, I think. And I avoid horses with fasciitis, I think, because they do go backwards a little bit, and up to 4 or 5 months, that's when, even when we do screws at times or any surgeries of that type, you can do until about 3 months. You get it. You don't gain much, but you won't lose what you have. But the growth plates, they start closing 4 or 5 months. So, but I think it's all related with nutrition and your management. And I have had horses. Now the New York they changed the rule, the breed back rule. The mare can go back 120 days after being bred. Before it was 90 days. So if we had a mare that came down with a foal, I had to wean that foal about 3.5 months if she was to getting foal right away, for the mare to make it back to New York before 90 days. And I raised a lot decent horses out of there, New York breds with that. So, but you have to go by each individual. You know what I mean? Some foals, they have more problems. This year I've got a foal he's really big, and I wean him at 3 months because I want that foal to go backwards. So you have to manage every horse as each individual horse in your program. But I think overfeeding, over prepping is a problem. As I said before, My derbies at 3, when they're 3, a lot of people that pin hook falls, they're not worried about your mare. They want their derbies that day of the sale.
I don't think us in Canada that we have those problems as much as you do with epiphysitis up here. We're generally a month behind Kentucky in terms of our pasture in the spring, and our horses tend to be a little lighter. So I think overall it's easier on the joints up here, and you know, it's worked well for us. Our sale is early, so it's tough for us to get these horses ready. You guys have a little more time than we do, but you know, one thing that you mentioned earlier was, you know, when you're showing at a barn, really all you care about is a flat showing surface, you know, a level surface. And I know that was one thing at the CTHS sale. You guys all know, you probably all rolled an ankle in a pothole over there, but you know, we went in last year and Woodbine was good enough to bring new material in and made sure that we leveled every single show area. We're not going to get a fresh coat of paint from Woodbine. We all know that. But paint doesn't sell horses. Level showing areas do. And, you know, like you said, it's 2 years in an incubation period to get to that point and get a good showman on that horse. I know it's difficult to find good people, but we've got to groom them and teach them. It's so important. You know, I always say, if you notice a showman, it's a bad showman. If you don't notice them, they're doing their job. You're looking at the horse, not the show person. And, you know, I emphasize this, you know, if you want to be important, look important. Dress your consignment up, look like you're in business, be proud of it. We're all proud of our horses. Be proud of the consignment. Be proud of, you know, put a nice shirt on, pants on, not a pair of work boots and the hat on backwards as Sergio. It's really essential in my mind. And anyway, what else?
You have to be a good, you know, good front person to represent your horses, and hopefully your horses, while you're doing that, your horse will represent you well. So it's the sales and racing are two very different things. Right?
Yes.
Got another question? Thanks. So earlier you mentioned that you use 14% feed when you wean the yearlings, and I feel like you were going to say that just before the sale you changed that. Do you up that at all? Do you change that just before the sale?
No, it's the same. Sorry, I probably didn't finish my thought there. It is still a 14% feed, but we use hallway feeds. And they have a feed. They have a Prep 14 that was made on a sweet feed farm, and now they make it in pellets. So they have rice bran oil. You just, you know, somewhat it helps with the coat. So obviously that has a little bit more of energy to it. So that's when I changed for that period of time. But my feeds from my mares to my yearlings throughout the race horses, the racing yearlings, they still just the regular 14% feed. I will feed inside in the morning, and so we tempt them, whatever, and work with them a little bit. And then our horses in the weanlings and mares and whatever, we feed outside. And that's the reason I use the larger pellet. I don't use ground feeders because for the young horses, you have horses have nasal discharge or whatever, so they're just getting to it all the time, and then the next horse goes there, although they're already together, and then the tractor comes and mow over the top of it. So I use the large pellets, and I feed on the ground, and I don't feed hay high. I think horses, in my opinion, they're ground grazers. So everything for me should be on the ground, and that's kind of how I do.
That's great. Any more questions? Oh.
I just was curious, you mentioned about switching from corrective trimming to balancing the hoof. Is it a specific age that you do that, or is it like a point of time, like 2 months before sale, or?
Well, it depends how much correction you have, right? So it gets to a point that you're going to have to just accept that your horse is going to toe in some, if that's what you're fighting for. But you make sure because a lot of times when you're doing the correction, you're changing the flight of the horse's foot, and then instead of he being like this and walking straight through it, and Marette is going to cover that, I'm sure, when she's speaking about it, you have the horse that's, he wants to toe in, and you have the foot let, and he walk to you like, his Baryshnikov or whatever. So I think the movement of the horse is the greatest thing you can. I try to, when I look at my horse, if I can, see them walk from the side first, and I see there's a presence about the horse. There's a, attitude, how the horse carries himself is just like, there's a confidence about the horse that hopefully by all the work that you do, you can pass that on to the potential buyer. The horse comes out there and he says, "Hey, look at me." So I think that's what you try to achieve. Sometimes you're right, most times we're wrong. But that's the plan.
Hello. What are your determining factors when choosing the right sale for your horse?
There's only one.
The CTHS Ontario is here to
Yes, thanks, Colleen.
Well, there are a couple of factors. The main factors is how fast you need money. And then you go to the wheeling sale. No, it's obviously, if you have a really nice wheeling, most people that buy wheelings nowadays are pin hookers, right? There are very few end users that buy, at least in Kentucky. So, but if you can have a good return on investment in 8 months, usually weanlings have less orthopedic problems at that age, or if they have it, there's more time for hopefully to remodel. And if he's a nice, strong forward horse, I've sold weanlings that were born in January, February. I've sold weanlings that were born in May. But the tricky one are the May, when you get that horse going. So we actually start a little bit before weaning, because you're weaning, end of August, September, and then you have to kind of get going and getting the horse to learn how to walk the same way. We only hand walk them and do the shiftlings and all that stuff, but no other equipment. And then for the yearling sales, it is one, pedigree. If you're going to go to a Saratoga sale, or if it's or conformation is probably nowadays 95% of your horse there. If they don't like it, doesn't matter who they are by. If they don't vet, is a discount. There's no. I don't think we have that. We used to have the residual value, especially on fillies. I think there are fewer buyers looking to the residual value than we had in the past. So falling data is something that you look at it, but not necessarily is your deciding factor, because some horses are more forward than others. It doesn't matter when they're born. It's really about your individual. And then based on the conformation and pedigree, you try to decide for us in Kentucky, at Keeneland, what book we should fit. If you're going to go to the book one, or if you're going to go, or even the July sale is coming up now. The horses have to be very forward for that. It's a sale that mostly pin hookers come to it. Then you have to try, if you have a horse that's is a very nice, let's say, Medaglia d'Oro, but he's not going to be on the top. Is a colt, so you want to be back. Is a filly. There's a lot of people looking for those kinds, but he's not the top horse, so you don't want to be in the book one. You want to be in the second book. You try to be, if you have the real good horse, you can be in front. If you have the one that you think you're not on the very top, you're always better off be a little farther back at the sale, because people will look for it, and there'll be fewer like that. So that's kind of how we decide.
First of all, thank you very much. Great talk for all of us. you hit just on what I was gonna ask, and I don't know if this was what Andrew was asking. As a consignor, when you sell at Keeneland, my biggest frustration is the people we sell horses for, we all have egos, and we all wanna be book one, book two, we wanna be up. And maybe you could just comment and tell me if I'm wrong, if I am wrong. But I think the best place to sell a horse is where the horse stands out a little bit, and not where if you have a $20,000 sire and you're selling a horse in book two because you feel better that your horse is now in book two.
Yeah.
Because I don't think people that come to book two are looking for that sire. So if you can swallow your pride a little bit,
you have
push
to.
your horse back. And Yvonne is masterful at this. She has horses that probably could sell book two, book three. She'll put them in book four.
Mm-hmm.
And they're standouts amongst those horses, and I think they sell better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's very important. You have to be really realistic to yourself. I don't care if you have an Into Mischief, if he's a little pony size. I don't know if he's a curling or whatever it is. It's not because there's so many, what's going to happen, they're going to say, well, okay. They're all going to look at it. As a consignor, we have that program that tracks viewers. Oh, my horse been out 120 times. It's awesome. But how many people came back second time? How many people came back a third time? And most of all, how many people actually pay a veterinarian to vet your horse? That's when you really know they like your horse. When you're looking at your report or whatever is, there's always interest. But don't fool yourself that your horse, just because you like the family, he's by this sire, the average this or that. You're absolutely right. You better be a book back than a book forward. But as a consignor, as you know, we don't have all the control for that. Sales company, they'll give us so many slots per session. And I can change from one to the other, so Glenn, you have a horse selling with me in book 3, you want to book 2. Marette, you have one with me in book 2, you want to be book 2. And Glenn said, can I change with somebody? So I'm going to change Glenn to Marette and going to piss her off because, then the sales company has to take some responsibility on those things. They get paid, the same as in their show, they place the horse there. So as a consignor, you can try to move around, but it's not always that we have that ability to do. And some owners get very frustrated with it, and they get very frustrated when you have a nice horse by a fashion side. Say, why don't you try book 3 or book 4? What? This is a book 1 horse. Okay. It's but the sales usually, by the end of the sales, it doesn't matter what we say. The sales are very good analytical.
I think, Sergio, one other thing is you've got to know the value of your horse. The most difficult thing to do is appraise your own horse, but it's so important. Don't you agree? Yeah. When you're setting reserves, like you said, just because you got an Into Mischief, you got a $250,000 stud fee in it, and the average is $600,000, doesn't mean your horse is worth $600,000 right. Because he's got 2 OCDs in the stifles. It's worth, $10. Yeah. And, this was one of the situations we ran into when we were fighting the tariff situation. How do you value these horses going across the border? Just because it's an Into Mischief doesn't mean it's not worth $5,000. So, yeah. People always, we're in the horse business. We're glasses half full people. We all think our horses are worth more than they actually are. Sometimes we get surprised and get lucky, but you're better to err on the side of caution, be more conservative. You don't have to go to the cocktail party and tell everyone, I got 4 horses in book 1. Well, guess what? You're like one bad vet report away from a ham sandwich. So move your horses back, put them in the right spot. Yeah, absolutely. And you'll be rewarded. It happens all the time. And then
as an owner and as a consignor, most of the horses we sell, they come off the farm, not all the ours. The clients that we raise the horses for, and people that they respect and rely on our opinion. I'm not always right, but we only can give my opinion, right? So if you're okay selling the horse, it's fine for you. Be a little more aggressive in your reserve. If you say, okay, I don't mind if I race him, I don't mind if I go to 2-year-old, and then you can always adjust to that. But don't come in there just expecting your horse is going to make $1 million until you're really there and see what's going on. You can hope they're going to do it even when they go in the ring. But you have to, I always set my reserve below what I think they're going to make. And and a lot of times also you have a lot of vet action. For example, you have a horse, I've got 10 scopes on my horse, let's put the reserve at $500,000. No, just leave it at 50. Because the market is appraising your horse then. You cannot outsmart all those people. You have to, or whatever reserve you were thinking before. Don't get, a lot of times people get excited about what's going on in the sale, which is great, but be careful. Everybody appraise their horse when they're buying. It doesn't mean that every time you get a scope, you're going to get another 50 grand bid. When I buy a $30,000 horse, I vet it. I'm not going to pay 100. So it's good that you have that interest in your horse, but be careful not to get caught up on the situation of the sale. And there's a lot of noise at the sales. A lot of noise at the sales. People saying how great this is, how great that is.
Buyers are liars.
I mean, you go there and it's great to hear that, the same time they're saying your horse is great, they say, well, how's your puppy doing? They're not talking about, it's just conversation. So have an idea. If you're not sure, get opinions from professionals. They'll help you appraise the horse. There are times that I get in there and I say, geez, I don't really know where I am. And I'll ask people, but people that you rely on and you trust, be careful with all this conversation. And then people say, oh, this vet, I heard this vet said this. It's just you need to learn to let it in here and out there, and then you make your decision. And hopefully it's the right decision. A lot of times you sell a horse and the guy buys the horse and comes, I thought I had $300 to spend on it, and paid $100 for it. And well, good for you. The reserve was 40. You know what I mean? So I was happy with it. So anytime you set a reserve and your horse sell, it is what it is. You set your reserve, so there's nobody to blame. So it's be careful getting caught up in all these numbers that the apps give you shows, or have kind of your like Dave said, you gotta praise your horse a little bit for yourself. And sorry.
Also, about CTHS sale, Ontario, everybody's book one. Just a quick question, do you insure any of your weanings or yearlings? And if so, what's your sort of approach to valuation?
Well, insurance is one of those things, you're glad to have it when you need it, right? So, yes, I insure mostly my fall. When I buy a pregnant mare, I do prospective fall insurance. Depending on the value that I purchase, anything over 100 grand, I would do the fall. And then you can reinsure it 45 days. And then if it's something that we have bred, that I have a stud fee into it, I usually insure for the stud fee plus 20,000. It's basically to cover my costs. It's because we've got, between all the foals and mares that we own on the farm, there's about 30. We've got a lot more horses than that on the farm, but that's what we own, and it adds up pretty quick. But when something happens, and one thing that you can do that we have done, if I have a yearling, a gun runner horse or curling horse, you go into the sale and you have him insured for I don't know, 200,000. And you vetted that horse and scoped the horse, everything looks good, the horse is awesome. People come to the farm, we have shows, people come to see it, before the sales, which is great for the horses and the people showing education. You can up your insurance for the sale because there is more risk, obviously, to get in the truck, get to the sale. And it's going to cost a little bit, but it's a short-term increase. You can cancel right after the horse sells. So that's something that you can do if you think you're underinsured with the horse. for the sales. We can do that.
Okay, that's great. Yvonne.
Specific question. How important do you feel the farm shows are before the sale?
I
Maybe
think
that's a question to direct to Marette as well.
I think for the seller and for the buyer, I think is awesome. One is the kind of final things that, all the work you've done through the sales prep. We start the shows probably about 3 weeks before the sales people start coming around the farm. And so it is, you're showing where you practice. And then also, I think it's important for the buyers. They see a horse on their environment, is more relaxed. And sometimes if you like it and you get to the sale and the horse, for an example, is having a bad day or is just spooked, it's just kids. And you have your notes from the farm, say, this horse was okay there. So, and then the buyer hopefully can balance that out. That is part of the shipping. Some may still put it as a discount. Some of them may say, hey, Sergio, what's going on here? Say, I don't know, this horse, he always been great. I don't know what's up with him today. He always been very solid. And then that buyer may come back the next day and look at him again. So that's the part of communication between you and the buyers. You know your horse, so go over there and, the horse is always active, or, you say, yeah, that's kind of how he is. Establish that conversation. So I think the shows are very important at the farm for both reasons.
And how many would you do before Keeneland, approximately?
Anywhere from 8 to 10 every year. And then I've got, and also we have, even backing up a little bit, when Keeneland sends me the list of what horses they want to see, usually is up to horses that they believe they will go to book 3. But what I do, those are there on the list. I always add horses that might be a book 4, 5, or 6 that I really like physically. Because I said, please don't just throw me. I always tell them, don't let the computer throw me in book 6 because this sire's average is very low. It's the same as when I show to a potential buyer. Show them something that you like, that you want them not to just go by the book and the average kicking you back there. So going back to the shows there, it's I think it's a great thing to do at farm.
That's great. Well, thanks, Sergio.
All right.
Did a wonderful job. It's great to hear from you. Good luck at the sales. So next on the agenda, we're going to move along to Marette Farrell. And Marette is originally from Ireland. She's lives in Lexington, Kentucky now. And I've known Marette a long time. We've worked together on many of my stock, broodmares, a lot of matings. We've worked together, and Marette's one of these people that you won't see her name a lot because she's not that kind of person. She's the most humble human I've ever known. She's worked with some of the biggest names in the sport internationally. She's worked all over Europe. She's worked with Gay Waterhouse in Australia, Dubai, all over the United States. She's been on the training end, the breeding end, the yearling end, the weanling end. And has an incredible knowledge of pedigree and nicks and inbreeding and outbreeding and all those other good things. But I'd like everyone to give Marette a round of applause and welcome her.
I have a lot to live up to now. Well, welcome everybody. Delighted that you're all here. I think it's a credit to the team that organized this for you to have an opportunity to hear what other people do, like Sergio and how he prepares horses. So yeah, my mandate is to tell you all my secrets, as I was told earlier. Yeah, well, I think I have a few things I wanted to go through with you, and I think the first thing I want to talk about is what I look for in a racehorse, or what I think that horse will be like. And then we'll look at a couple of the yearlings. I want to talk a little bit then about how, you're breeders, so you inherit what was born on your farm. So how do you enhance that yearling? How can you make it better? And then I'll tie in just a little bit of breeding and your mare. And then please do ask questions, because it's a very broad spectrum, and I kind of want to do a little bit of everything. So I'll just start with me going to the sale. I have a team of people that have worked with me since forever. We all know each other very well. So when I actually I'm just going to talk about yearlings specifically first. I never go looking at a yearling and picking out the bad things. Any of us can do that. We can all read the textbooks. They've got long pasterns, they've got this, they've got that. I actually, when a horse is brought out in front of me, I genuinely try to find the best things in that horse. What's the strength of that horse? I have certain things that I do look for that will never change, and the first of those is balance. I think we all understand that if a horse is front end heavy and very light on his rear end, well then everything's going to end up on the front end when they at the racetrack, which, as we all know, is the final chapter. All the breeders are trying to produce racehorses, or you should be, because that will define you as a breeder. The racetrack is where it all starts and where it all begins. So the horse comes out in front of me. I'm sort of looking for the presence of the horse. Do they have a little bit of confidence, or do they have a little something about themselves? I think it's the same as very successful people. They definitely have an inner strength and an inner core resoluteness. And I'm looking not just for what that horse looks like physically, but mentally. Because as we all know, with people, some people start lots of projects and they never finish. And when you're in a horse race and they're up against other horses, they have to be strong mentally. Like we saw with journalism in the Preakness. It's a perfect example. So yes, the horse comes up. I want to see some balance. I want to see their mental attunement. I just try to, I do not look at the book, first of all, when I look at the horse first. I don't want to be guided by anything. I just want to feel what they are. And then I say, yeah, I like that, good balance, nice shoulder. The neck is not too long or too short in relation to the rest of the body. Good head, that's important to me. Good head shows that they've got some, a little bit of smarts, hopefully. Long ears, I do like long ears. That's an Irish thing. We were always taught that they're more honest and good horses in general. Because we need, with racehorses, you have to be brave, you have to be tough, you have to be resilient, you have to be strong. I like a good wither. A good wither is very important to me. If a horse has no wither, well then the saddle is going to slide. And I kind of have my own way of looking at horses, and a strong wither is important to me. Depth through the girth, that's where the heart is. So we need all the room that we can get there. Then when I go further back, I like horses to be very strong over their loins, because it's the musculature. It's like an accordion. So when the horse gallops, he's at full stretch. This is the front end, this is the back end. So they need to be strong underneath, they need to be strong over their loins, and they definitely need strength behind to push off. So when I look at a horse, I actually don't mind if they're not perfect in front. If you look at some of the really good, the 100-meter humans, the top athletes, or even some of the top horses, Pelé, they all toe in. A lot of them toe in because they're so strong through their chest. Their forearms are strong. They're strong through their necks. Their wither is strong, and underneath is strong. So I then asked them to walk up and down, and we were talking last night, and I'd like to think that I don't have a certain style of horse that I really look for. I don't want to limit myself to that. You all go to the races at Woodbine, and some of the good horses, some of them are mid-sized and short couples. Some of them are very long. It's not really about their frames, but I do think a lot of it is their mechanics and their movement. So I love to see horses that will engage from behind. And you do listen to people talk about tracking up, getting the actual footfall. The hind legs do go ahead of the front legs when you're looking at the hoof prints on the ground. I then stand behind them, and that I like a good rhythm when they walk away from me, and I like when there's a spread between the back legs. I like that they push off, and I like when they turn that they keep their rhythm. And then when they come back at me, I do like to see that they have good musculature in their chest. I do like a deep shoulder because that will make me believe that they'll have reach in their stride, because the longer stride a horse has, the less effort they have to make. And then when like I say, if they turn in from the ankle down, I'm fine with that. If they toe out, I really don't mind that either. It's the extremes of what defects they have that I try to assess. I really don't mind a horse that's offset through their knees so much, unless it's really crooked offset, because then knees are something horses do chip quite a bit, and if they're crooked offset, there might be more of a susceptibility towards them, getting hurt. So then I stand over on the side and I look at them again, because now I have in my head how they use themselves. I get what their body structure is. I might have sneaked a look already at my book at that point, and I see who the sire line is and who the dam is and the family. And that will fill in a lot of blanks for me after that. If it's most sires, as you get to know them, and Yvonne and everybody here, you understand that. And they stamp them. So if it's a McDougall d'Oro, who usually throws quite a good sized horse, except sometimes he does throw a few small fillies, there's a stamp on that. Or the broodmare sire of the mare can often come through the mare. And so I decipher that, and I like the horse or I don't. And then sometimes I will talk with the consignor. I'll go to Dave and say, what do you think of this horse? Has the horse been healthy all his life? Have there been any glitches in the giddy up? And it's just more information that you put in the back of your head. So I'll just go a little bit about breeding, and then we'll go look at the yearlings, because I kind of want to tie that in. So like I said, when I look at the stallion, you look at the yearling, I see what the sire line is and what the dam line is. For you as breeders, and so this horse, we'll say this horse is long and kind of maybe not very strongly built. So I look at my mare, I look at the broodmare sire, I look at the female family, and I have already selected this sire. Well, then physically, you're learning from your mare over the couple of foals. So it takes, as Dave said, it takes maybe 3 foals before you kind of get a guideline and a pattern. Well, then for the next breeding, I'm thinking, what are the weaknesses that mare has produced already? And what can I do to help this mare? So I look at the stallions and the sire lines of those stallions and try and find a different physical type to enhance what that mare has given me already. And then obviously you look at the speed in the family. Is it distance oriented? Is it turf? and then I'd align the stallion with that. And we all know the nicks at this point. I do believe in them. I do believe that there are certain crosses that work. But it's very important to me that the female family is a good female family. Going back to a key family, depending on your affordability, is key. The female family, the sire will add something, but the female family is the base. And that's what you're working from, and that's what when you're trying to produce the King's Plate winner. So we can revert back to that after we look at the yearlings. I just want to talk about them themselves, and then please do ask me questions when we're out there. They're just going to pull them out here.
So Marette, when you're doing your matings and you've got, a smallish mare, are you looking to breed to a bigger stallion?
Not necessarily. Yes, I don't do extremes. If you breed a small mare to a really, let's say, small Speightstown mare to a big, long, unbridled song, you're going to get one or the other. It doesn't fall in the middle. You need to breed more like to like. So the mare is small and she's producing small. So I would look at, let's say it is a small Speightstown mare, just for example, and I know that Bolt Dioro throws a sort of a longer backed horse and he throws good size. So then I would think about that physically first, because like you have said, Dave has this saying about black cats breed black kittens. And that is so true. And you're trying to breed a racehorse, number one, but number two, you're trying to make some money to sustain your operation so that you can go back to the well and produce a couple of other horses. Does that answer what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing, you're such a big believer in movement, and you're trying to buy an athlete at the end of the day.
Right.
And so many people have these perfect oil paintings that come out and stand in front of you and you start drooling over them, and they walk like Humpty Dumpty, right? They're never going to get to the races, and they bring a lot of money. And so you overlook a lot of those blemishes and the other thing, how many buyers, the first thing they do is stand in front of the horse and look at the front legs. And, any dummy can tell you the horse toes in or out. Right. That's easy. But you got to see the horse move and walk through it, as you said. Right.
Yeah. And that was something that I was going to bring up too. So you know your product, like Sergio said. You try to get to know your product. You try to be realistic about the strengths and the weaknesses of that horse. But you can enhance things. You can accentuate the walk. So it's a medium kind of walk. But with strength, that walk can get better. I did grow up in Ireland, and my dad has a hilly farm. So we were made walk up those hills every day. But it worked, because then they learned to engage themselves behind. And I remember one yearling in particular, my dad kept that filly, and she was a good racehorse, but she would groan every time we got close to the top of the hill, because it was like, this is too hard. But in the end of the day, the strength increases the length of the stride. So that is one thing that you can do. It talked about the feet. So let's say it's a smaller horse, and what can I do to make this horse look better? Well, you can improve the walk. You can definitely improve the walk. Be motivated when you're walking them every day. It's not a matter of mindlessly just walking them, or have your earphones on and you're just walking. Make them walk beside you. That will actually increase the fitness and their energy levels. If it's a big, weak horse, sometimes the hills might be a bit too hard for them. So maybe you have to do just a little more, and they'll strengthen up. My orientation's from the racetrack side, and weakness is the worst. It's the worst word that I hear about. I manage some horses for people at the racetrack, and if somebody, the 2-year-old guy who's prepping them for the yearling, says, "Oh, it's a bit weak," I'm like, "Oh my God, it'll be useless at the races." strength is key and power is key, and you can improve it a little bit by doing little things like that.
We don't want to talk about negativity because we all have bad horses, but what are some flaws in horses that you would absolutely walk away from? Or maybe there aren't any. I don't know.
Well, I just talked about some power and strength. I mean, if you see there's improvement in the horse, that's immaturity. Another thing that I personally don't love is long pasterns, only because, again, there are ankle issues on the racetrack, and it just brings a lot of problems. But when I talk about long pasterns, it's long, slack pasterns. I'm okay with long pasterns as long as the connecting tissues are quite strong. I like a deep barrel. I think that's important. It's like I talked about the accordion effect. They have to be strong underneath, and a deep barrel helps that. The lighter girthed, sort of very light over their loins, that's not good. They don't have enough power, and then you're trying to lengthen out the distance, and you're a little one-paced, and none of us are happy with that. And there is one other thing I will say to all of you, and Sergio talked about that, is about breeding a racehorse. Sadly, in our game, the stats are super low. It's so hard to breed a good horse. Less than 1% of horses in any given year are Grade 1 winners. That's a sobering statistic. And I think it's about 8% are, say, stakes winners, stakes horses. That's a very low statistic. So, we hear people talking about, well, I can't breed a racehorse. I need to be a commercial breeder, and I need to breed to first season sires. Well, no, your mare is your product, and your mare is going to make you or break you. So you need to try to breed a racehorse. And there are stallions out there that do both. And I think you need to believe in the stallion. I think you need to believe that stallion can improve what what your mare's good points are, and then that stallion will hopefully help shore up the little weaknesses that she might have.
Yeah, I think that's very important. And so many people, we all want to make money. Everybody wants to make money in this game, and it's so difficult. But so many people are traders. They just want to trade, breed to a hot first season sire, flip the weanling the next year and try and make a quick buck. But you do that 3 or 4 years in a row, and those stallions don't make it, your mare's not worth 10 cents.
Right.
You've ruined your mare. And, the business has evolved that way.
Right.
And I don't think it's a good thing.
I agree.
I think a lot of these breeders need to build. We want to build broodmare bands. I mean, as a breeder, the greatest compliment I could ever have is somebody looks at that catalog page and says, that's a Schwabi bred horse.
Right.
That's a Schwabi family. And hi, Bob. You'll pay me later. But that's the greatest compliment ever. And we don't see that. Most people don't hang on to a mare for more than one generation, let alone 2. And if I was offering any advice to any young people getting in, it's hard to buy into, a first dam that's got Grade 1 winners on the page. But like Marette said, look to the deeper family. Go back 4 generations, and you'll see, and they'll evolve again.
They do. They absolutely do. I see time and time again, even good horses, and you look at the pedigrees, and you're like, wow, there's not much there. You go further down, there's a good family there somewhere, and it's reignited through something that breeder recognized in the family and thought, you know what, this will be a good stallion to use with this mare.
And so often the good race fillies in those families don't produce. But the half sisters that couldn't run a lick will end up being the better producer. So it gives all of us an opportunity to maybe buy something for a lot less money than the Grade 1 winner and have a shot.
Exactly. I don't think anyone should be daunted by the amount of dollars that are spent at the sales, because I think if you really think about it, you can. It is a long process. It's years in the making, but you can help make a mare, and that's one of those things. Knowing your family, knowing the back family. What are the strains? What are the sire lines that work? What are the good horses by? And one thing that I always do is I'll go way back when I'm doing matings, and I look at kind of what is the good stallion in that family. But really, what I'm looking at is the good mares, because they talk about reproducing, doubling up on the top females in that family, and I do believe that. So what is back there does come forward if you can find the channel and find the path. And actually, Gay Waterhouse, I worked for in Australia, her dad did breed horse. He was the top trainer forever, but he did breed horses as well. And he would, some of his good fillies that he raced, he would go to the sales and buy the sisters or buy a daughter, because it will come back through again.
That's great. Is anyone, Yvonne, you have a question?
Quick question. So you talked about the strength in the female. We talked about the strength in the female line. What about the female line in terms of sires? What do you like a strong female base underneath the sire, or does that not matter?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do. I think most of those good stallions do come from good females families too. And linking two good female families from the female side and the sire side has worked. It's helped me buy horses, quite honestly. I have nothing else to hang my hat on. It's a blank page, and oh my God. Okay, well he's a really good female family, and that's a good female family, and let's hope that's what ignites it.
So on the breeding side, I mean, so many of these stallions are kind of classic distance horses, mile and a quarter.
Right.
Everybody wants to breed to the Triple Crowns horses. And, do you look at those and do you feel like you've got to breed a mare with speed to those big road horses, or?
I think it depends on the sire line. Like the likes of American Pharaoh, Pioneer of the Nile, there is a little bit of distance there. So yeah, he could do with a little bit of oomph on the female side, and vice versa. I justify. He's got speed he's got AP Indy and he's got Stormcat. So he's got both.
And how important is it to have speed in the mare? I mean, versus.
I am a believer in that. When we're looking at, I help Dave with his mares and a few other people.
She just tells me what to do.
We're a good team. I think they have to show a little bit of brilliance. It's not just having black, and for you buying horses too, it's not just about the black type on the page. We'll go back and look when they broke their maiden, not just where they broke it, how did they break it? Did they show something in there? Did they break their maiden by 10 lengths? Or were they fourth in a really good stake race, but it's not on the page? John Adger, who I've done a lot of work with, and very, very good horse person, his belief, along with Arthur Hancock, is that the mares should, definitely, the majority of mares should have some speed innately. We do always see there are mares that they're a mile and a half on the turf and then they breed a top horse, but it's not the norm. And I think we have to go with the flow of the majority of horses, how it works.
Yeah, hi Marette, just real quick. So do you just rely on repository and your own eyeballs, or are you a believer in measurements, heart scans? There's
a lot.
of us will call them almost scams, but a lot of other tools that help select horses.
I have done with some of the really high level horses, just to cover my bases. We do the hearts. I find with the weanlings, most of the hearts are the same. It makes no difference. With the yearlings, there is a little bit of a difference. And I know one of the people who owns one of the heart companies really well. And what he said to me was, Marette, it's not really about how good the heart is. But when the heart guys tell you it's a bad heart, they're right. And he's the owner of the company. And I've always taken that on board. So I don't really, it's kind of like the Nicks, the A pluses versus the Bs, or the, that part doesn't matter. But if it's an F or if it's a bad heart, I have walked away and I've checked. And those horses didn't turn out to be good horses.
Where do they fail horses on the heart?
The spleen is a big thing, how the spleen fills. That's kind of the newest big thing. Or sometimes, it's so odd to say because we've all heard about Secretariat's heart, but sometimes they say the heart's too big and it can't actually get the blood flowing quick enough.
When you're looking at x-rays or vettings, are there any things that you would not overlook ever? Or there's an amazing horse that you had something?
Oh yeah, we talk about this all the time because when I tell my vet to vet a horse, I want to buy that horse. So again, it's like what I say about people coming to look at horses. I don't want to know the bad things. I want to know about what I can live with. And that's very important to me. We will live with some stuff. I was actually saying to Sergio and Dave last night that John Chandler, who was the head of Judmont Farm for years and years and years, and he was talking about sesamoiditis. He said he talked about like bad sesamoid, mild to moderate is okay, but those that had really bad sesamoiditis, they didn't make it. So I listen to everybody and I put it all back in the back of my head because, you pull it out every so often. So that is one thing I'm aware of that I'm wary about. Chips are nothing, you flick them out. It depends on the owner. I have some owners, they want a clean. It's dependent on what they think. If they want it to be clean, well then I can't do a chip, which in my mind is not a big deal. And then I have one owner in particular who loves when there's an issue because he's game. He wants to take a chance. And if there's a reasonable chance that that horse has an issue, but it's not going to affect them as a racehorse, he's fine with it.
Name a couple horses that you've been told not to buy and have gone on to be big time horses.
Oh, I don't really want to say.
Chickens.
Yeah.
Like I can tell you, I had Wonder Gadot. She was an absolute
Right.
train wreck. I mean, I was on my hands and knees trying to get every vet in the world to pass her, and she went on to be Horse of the Year.
Right.
So anyway, any other questions for Marette?
Yeah.
Francine?
Hello. Do you steer clear of unraced mares, or is their race performance important to you?
No, actually, what I do is I look at them and try and view them as what they might have looked like as yearlings and 2-year-olds. And we don't know. I actually always ask, but might something have happened to that horse? Does it look athletic? If it looks like a lug and it's heavy and it can't move, well, then it was on race for a reason. But if it actually is balanced, it moves well, it sings with it mentally. There are certain things we look at for broodmares. Heart's one of them, how they're conformed behind so that they can have the babies. I am absolutely okay with it. And you can get, they're on race, so they don't cost as much as the graded stake horses.
Yeah, I mean, Marette, if you go to her house, most people have a library of, Dickens and whomever in the wall. Marette has every catalog from the last 25 years in her house. And she looks at virtually almost every horse, or her team does.
Right.
And so she has notes, and she can go back and see what they all look like as yearlings. And, I love buying unraced mares. I mean, they're at a discount, and do some research. Call the trainer,
Yeah,
call the guy
exactly.
that raised the horse, find out. She might have had a ton of ability and just had a freak injury, and those are the
Right.
ones that produce.
Yeah.
We've all had them.
It's for sure, I do believe that they have to show ability somewhere along the way. And invariably, time after time, I hear it and I see it. Those are the ones that produce because they have an innate ability and it does pass on.
Great. Any other questions before we look at some horses?
Just going to the unraced mares, would you discount a mare that had maybe 1 or 2 starts, like unplaced, versus strictly unraced?
I do find the whole unplaced thing difficult personally, because to me that shows that they're not any good. But if they've 1 start and they might have gotten hurt, and again, like Dave said, I would check back. I've learned the hard way to check back, because sometimes those unplaced mares do produce, but statistically, and it's the way it should be, the graded stakes mares in the stats, they are the highest producers. Stakes mares are next, unraced are next, and then unplaced. So that's where we talk about the athleticism of the mare. So they're unplaced, maybe it's 1 start, or maybe it's 2, maybe there's a story. You try to find the backstory. But if they look athletic to you and you like the bloodlines and you have an idea as regards who you'd like to mate that mare to, it's worth taking a chance. It's hard for me to do that.
Ready to roll?
Ready to roll.
Okay, let's look at a couple horses.
So like we said, I'm the yearling buyer, and like Dave said, I am watching. I may not look like I'm watching and whatever, but I'm actually watching everything. So I'm watching when they come out of the stall, their demeanor, how they conduct themselves, and the way they move coming up to me, because like Sergio told you, we're all practicing to make the horses look better than they are. We want to enhance what they have. So they're more natural, and the show people are, kind of getting ready to gear up in front of me. So it's very important to me how they come up. And I already have made up my mind when they come to me, believe it or not. So I think that's a key for all of you that are selling your yearlings. So yeah, I'm watching this tall, elegant horse down here. And so I wait for it to come up. I do, when I'm in a hurry, I will watch how they are in front of me. And I let the person stand, and I let the horse take a breath, and he's handling this pretty well. So my first thoughts here is we're not knowing who these horses are, and we won't know. I just think immediately a nice, big, rangy yearling, nice long neck. So it's got a good tail swing. It's something that Arthur Hancock from Stone Farm has always talked about. A good tail swing, a good rhythm, very immature, just come in from the paddock. So I stand in front of them, I take a view of what I like about them. So I like his neck, long neck. Could have a little longer shoulder, could be a little deeper through his girth. It's probably me on the mic, it's not helping.
Well, the door moved and he plotted out of the corner of his eye.
Lori, quick thing. Oh. Somebody don't. Sorry.
Pretty, eh?
Stands over a lot of ground, which is a plus. Nice length from the hip down to the hock. I like that because makes me think that this horse will go over a route of ground. relatively low hocks, so I like lower hocks again because they can push off. Pretty good barrel, so he's longer underneath than he is on top. I like that too. Pretty balanced, good down and back, and so you kind of see where this horse is going. So just go one more time, walk, and it'll settle down. So you heard me talk about having, when they walk away from you, having a good spread between the back legs. He does have that. He's got a good rhythm. Just keep going if you can, Michaela. He's got a good rhythm to his walk. He's got a little bit of flash to him. Like I said, the tail swing is a good thing. The rhythm is good. And then he comes back towards me. He's a little flat through his chest, so it's straight across. So personally, I would like a little more musculature just down through the forearm from the chest, personally. But on saying that, it's also, I think it's understood by all of you that this horse will be more of a two-turn type of horse. And I do like his presence. And the eye, I know that he's a little rattled, but he looks like he's got a good eye. The eye is very important to me, that they have a positive view on the world. A horse, so after they walk, and I'm not sure I can do this, but I do it to all the yearlings. After they walk, I actually step up into the horse, right up to their wither, because I want to see how they react to me. I want to see, do they have a sense of themselves? Do they think there's somebody, or some of those fillies that they look at me and say, F you, get out of my way. I like that, because they have a sense of themselves. It's so important, because like we talked about in racing, it's a tough world out there, and you know, the wallflowers, sadly, they don't quite make it. The trainers are always trying to build their confidence, and they're always trying to amp them up, and I think if they naturally don't have that competitive spirit, then it's very hard to give that to them. Some of the trainers, the Roger Atfields of this world, he specialized with those fillies because I think he did do a little bit of the TLC, and he helped them, and he encouraged them to believe in themselves. So I think we will leave him, and I'll hopefully...
So, Marette, when you, I noticed when that colt came out, the first thing you did was look at his head.
Yeah.
And you start right at the head and the eye, and he's got a nice head on him, nice eye. And so what kind of an eye, what are you looking for in an eye?
I love a big, generous eye. I actually do... when they have a small eye, I do question it, because I wonder, are they genuine? Will they be generous? Because when you're an athlete, and the horse as a racehorse, when you get to the last stages of the race, it's hard. You have a breathing debt, you cannot breathe, your legs are hanging, you're tired, and then these big horses are beside you and they're intimidating you. You have to dig deep, and so the only way, the eye is the gauge to the heart, in my opinion. And so I do like a positive eye, a big soft eye, that they have enough confidence in themselves. And sometimes those smaller-eyed horses, in my opinion, I'm not sure they're that genuine. Okay, let's take a look at the next one. So again, I'm immediately assessing him as he comes up to me, and I'm liking, as he sees all these people, he has his ears pricked, and he's like, okay, I can do this. A completely different type, as you can see, mid-sized. Love that demeanor. Love that he's looking at he has the big soft eye. I look at Dave's dad always talked about the nostrils, because that is the airway. Pretty good sized nostrils, nice width across in his forehead. I like the way the neck is set onto the head. The neck length in relation to the horse is good. It's not too long, it's not too short. This horse has a little longer shoulder, very much has a deeper barrel and a wider spread through his ribs. He actually is deeper over his loins. Good hip, super strong gaskin. That to me is, the rear end is important to me. Very good forearm. And when I go to the front end, he does have a little more, he is flat chested also, has a little bit of a V, a little bit more forearm. We'll see he's rotated through one knee, but we'll look at that in a second. So there's one other thing, because I know there are some show jumpers here and show horse people. Race horses are built slightly differently than show jumpers. The show jumpers, you want the front end to be light, so they're sort of higher in the front end and sort of level between the hips and the shoulders. With race horses, it's tipped the other way. The chest is lower and the hips are a little bit higher, because you want them, when they're reaching, that they really reach and have a longer stride. With the show jumpers, they want them to be able to raise it up. So again, this horse has a lovely, lovely walk, good swing, same nice tail swing. He looks small compared to the other horse, but he's a pretty good size. When he comes at you, some of you won't be able to see it, he is rotated on his left front. I am fine with horses being rotated. The columns are all in a line, and they may move a little bit wider, but it really doesn't affect them at all. He's got good square feet, good constitution in his feet. A lot of people talk about white feet, and I don't mind white feet at all, as long as the constitution of the foot looks good, that the hoof quality is good.
He didn't like what you said about that rotating. But this colt, Marette, as he grows, I mean, he's going to widen out. He's a strong colt, right?
Yes,
he's a very nice colt.
Yes, yeah.
He's going to straighten out, right?
Yes, sorry, that is a good point, thank you. So with your yearlings, as you all know, when they widen a little more through their chest, so if they toe out, they widen more through their chest, it starts to come around as they get older. And a lot of the weanlings, they start off perfect, but then as their chest widens, then they start to toe in more. So it's always something you have to be aware of when they turn. One more thing that I do like with horses, and it's one that I like about this horse, I like a lot of, in the rear end, the musculature, they're tied in lower, closer to their hock. And this colt has that. It just means they've more muscle, they've got more power to push forward and have a longer stride. We're all looking for the longer stride. Some of the sprinters have shorter strides, but over a distance of ground, the stride length is important. And if they have the power behind to have the speed to maintain all the way to the line.
And Marette, you talk about balance in a horse, and I mean, this is a very well-balanced horse, I
Yes.
think. I mean,
yeah, balance is key. The other horse is a lot more immature. So he is a nice horse. This horse is more naturally forward, probably will more naturally race earlier than the other horse. Probably will be a shorter distance style, it could be 7 furlongs, he might make a mile. The other horse will probably be longer. It's just the way they're made. Excuse me. Do any of you have any questions?
I'm just curious, what do you think of sickle hawks in general? Is that something you don't like, or?
Well, we've actually bought some horses that were sickle hawked and had curbs, and it was the best way to buy a horse ever for less money, because we would just, when we could fire the curbs, we just fire them straight away before we ever put them into training, and they were good. Sometimes sickle hawked horses can they flatter to deceive in a sense. You think that they're a really smooth mover because they're a little bit more sickle, so they float up more underneath than a straight horse. When actually really they might be a little weaker. So when they're sickle, what I look at is the surrounding areas. If it's sickle, I like that the forearm is stronger. I really need them to push off better, and I like them to be very strong over their loins. And then I'm good. I'm fine with sickle.
So
hot
with
horses.
a sickle hock horse, would you think of that as more of a two-turn horse
Yes.
or a turfy type horse?
Definitely.
And versus a straighter leg, which is
Yeah, a lot of the straight-legged horses, you know, they're quick out of the gate. I'm not against straight-legged horses. I've seen a couple of really good horses that were straight. They are stronger. Their stride might not be as long, but that doesn't stop them winning good races.
If a horse doesn't look like the way it's supposed to look before it gets pedigree age, do you scratch that horse off? In other words, this is a classic bred horse. You think the horse can get a mile and a quarter, it looks like a sprinter. Does that mean you put an X through it, or you just look at it differently?
Well, then I look at the female family, and I think, is he following the female family?
But overall, if it doesn't look according to the male and female, exactly.
Yeah, if it doesn't look like the male or the female family, then I do have a question about it, for sure, yeah.
You say you don't like long pasterns, but what about short? Upright.
Yeah, then they're going to hit the ground a little harder, so resultant shin and knee issues. So I really then look at the connecting structures. For me then, the shoulder needs to be good, and if the shoulder is a bit better, longer, then they won't land straight. I don't love a really short pastern, but I'm not against it. You do see some very good fillies that are upright, and as a result, sometimes their pasterns are a little shorter. But I've not seen a really, really good horse that has a really, really short pastern. It's all relative. Everything is relative. And like I said, if you come away with only one thing, so whatever the fault is, if you look at the surrounding structures or you look at the horse as a whole, what are the strengths to offset those weaknesses? Because the oil paintings, some of them do run, but not all of them run. And we've all seen time and time again, we go to the stake races up in Woodbine or some of the great racetracks in the US, and it's all sorts come in. I think the one defining factor is their competitiveness and their movement, and obviously, placed in the right spot as regards their distance orientation.
I think one other thing to touch on, and Sergio did earlier, is the importance of the foot of a horse. And
right.
It starts literally at birth. And, it's easy to cut corners and cut costs and hold off for an extra few weeks on trimming a young horse, but these horses' joints are so immature and they can change so quickly that it's easy to fix flaws with some corrective trimming. And so don't wait 2 months on these young horses. Like I know my dad was kind of an old school guy, and he'd kind of do it when he did it, but we started trimming our horses every 3 weeks. And we literally do it every 3 weeks. It costs a lot of money, but it makes a huge difference. And then you're all of a sudden showing up at the sale and going, God, why is this thing toning in so badly or toning out? It's so important, I think.
Yeah, and just to add to that, it's to have a long-term view of what correction you're doing. I mean, I don't want to say it's easy, but it is easy for a blacksmith just to crank something. And then I see it at the sales all the time. The cornet band is actually crooked. That horse is never going to make it because it's landing the wrong way. The weight of the horse is landing in one area and they're going to get hurt. So to revert back to what Sergio said, do some correction, but always try and keep the foot landing balanced. Because in the end of the day, you are trying to breed a racehorse and give it its best opportunity.
And do it earlier in the life than later. I mean,
Right,
'cause
absolutely.
you gotta, by the time, like Sergio said, you gotta start getting this horse ready for the sale now. You're not getting any flares off or any, make sure
Right.
that frog's lined up perfect. And at the end of the day, you've done as much as you can, and they are what they are, so just level them off, and what you see is what you get.
Right,
And
yeah.
hopefully they're a sound horse.
Yeah, absolutely. And it, on my side, looking at horses, it's very obvious to see the short-term job being done, and I hate it for the horses themselves. We all want them to have their best chance to be a racehorse. So yeah, no shortcuts anywhere along the way. And then I wanted to just elaborate on what Sergio said as regards the way you present them at the sales. We can see the falsely inflated, flabby horse that's been either, they don't need to do all the extra things that people promote that they should do. I can see a well-raised horse, and for me that's important. As a buyer, I actually really tried to zone in on the good breeders. And before the September sales, that's where I go. I go to the good breeders. I have people's money that I'm spending, and I try to be as responsible as possible. So certain breeders have very good statistics. And why would I not go there and try and find a good horse as opposed to something that really looks the part, but stick a needle in and deflate in a heartbeat. So I think always try to raise your horses as well as you can. And then they will, in turn, you get good breeders awards, they in turn will take care of you down the road.
That's great, man.
In North America, I think for sales, there's such a focus on perfection, so you see a lot more screws and wire surgeries, things like that,
Versus when you're looking at Australian or European sales, they really don't do as much surgery. How do you feel that impacts the purchase of that horse in the racing world?
I understand with some imperfections, certainly with the knees. I'm all about the columns being straight, columns from the foot through the knee, up through higher up. So if you have to, of course, if they break in the knee or they're bowing out because of epiphysitis or something, you'll have to put something in there to offset it. But it's a chicken and egg because the consigners are under pressure because salespeople do like perfect, and perfect does bring you some more money. But I think in the end of the day, if your viewpoint is, does this affect my horse as a racehorse down the road? And if the answer is no, then I'm okay with that. For you, as a breeder, yeah.
Do you avoid a clubfoot at all costs?
It's the level of the clubfoot. You do see some very good horses with club feet. If it's a really bad clubfoot, like it's really raised up high and it's really contracted behind, that's hard. Because again, usually the horses, they have to compensate so they don't move even. You used to ride, they move differently. But that's an extreme. If it's a slight clubfoot, I personally am okay with it as a buyer. But as a breeder, I will say that you can see club feet going through the families and going through with the female families. So I'd be aware of trying to avoid that in a mare if possible.
It didn't bother AP Indy and his
Exactly.
offspring and his sons throw it and
Right.
congrats. And
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, any more questions? All right.
Choosing sires for your mares, and especially first-time sires, that do you think the people should be upfront whether these sires have had corrective surgery when they're weanlings and yearlings? Because then here they are, they look beautiful, they run half decent, and then all of a sudden you start getting you see horses that are like this, and you're like, where'd that come from?
That is a great question, and I honestly, sometimes they go through so many hands. That particular first season stallion may have been sold as a weanling, then sold as a yearling, then might have gone to the 2-year-old sale, and then somebody buys it at the 2-year-old sale to be a racehorse. Or they may have bought that, then subsequently bought that horse off the racetrack. So it's kind of hard to follow through, but that's where was part of why I love my iPad now, by the way, Dave. I don't have to do the books anymore.
Thank goodness.
To look back, but also I think you know the sire line and the female family of that first season sire. So we know with Stormcat he had certain characteristics, or like Dave mentioned about AP&D. So do I think that might come through in that horse?
Right.
I don't know if there's a really easy way to find out the whole history.
Right.
But I do think that you shouldn't automatically breed to a first season sire just because it's a first season sire. We do it a little bit, but it's only if I really, really believe in that horse. A, as a racehorse. B, is he by a sire of sires? You know, will the pedigree, do I believe that pedigree is good enough that it could be a stallion? So I personally, when I'm doing meetings, I'm very selective about what first year stallion I use.
And Marette, does screwing a horse, does that bother you? You know, I mean, so many people do it nowadays down in Kentucky. It's a real commercial thing. And,
yeah.
I mean,
I personally don't mind so much if it's going to help the horse and his trajectory be better. I'm okay with it.
yeah.
I can't control it, so I have to live with it.
I can tell you that firsthand, the only horse that I've ever screwed and wired, okay, total train wreck, Wonder Good Eye. Yeah, true story. I mean, she was a train wreck.
And so she might have made it because she
That's
wouldn't-
right.
Yeah.
No, she wouldn't have.
Yeah.
She'd be pulling a milk wagon up in Waterloo. Any other questions for Marette? All right, we're going to break for a little bite to eat and a cool drink, maybe for half an hour, and then Dr. Côté is got to go do some real work, so she's going to be up next to speak. Good sandwiches. Before we get started, I meant to say it earlier, but I want to say a thank you to the Kemp family here at Ballycroy for having us here. They've been huge supporters of our industry here in Ontario, both on the mare breeding side and especially the stallions, and you can see the pride and the effort that they put into this farm. It's arguably the nicest farm in Canada that I've been to, and a lot of hard work, and we really appreciate it. Steve and Kathleen and Michaela, thank you so much for having us. Our next speaker is Dr. Natalie Côté. Most of you here, if you've ever had a sick horse or needed a surgery done, you know Natalie, and you also get a nice bill along with it, but hopefully she saved your horse and you've gone on to make a lot of money. So anyway, Natalie's, I've known her a long time, and she's worked at many different clinics and been at Guelph for a very long time, and she's now doing a lot of work up at the new King Animal Hospital, and she's, I think, the #1 surgeon in this country. She's my go-to, and we're really blessed, and I mean that. We are blessed to have her here in the equine community in Canada. So on that, I'm going to turn this over to Natalie, and we'll learn a lot of stuff and a lot of big words that we don't understand, I'm sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Can you, okay, it's on. Okay, thank you, David. So I'm gonna have to sit down because I need to look at my x-ray when I'm giving this. So basically, the purpose of this talk is really to go over the most common lesion that we see on these yearlings and kind of look back also at a little bit of the literature, not in big detail, but basically to say which lesion really makes a difference on the outcome of the horse. And there's two outcomes that often we look at is obviously the outcome of the sale. Do they reach the price that they should? And the outcome start to go to the races and then the revenue. So it's going to be going a little bit fast because there's a lot of lesion I'm trying to cover. But if you have any question, I'm the kind of person I rather very interactive. So you can keep your question at the end, but if it's a quick question, don't hesitate to interrupt me. So why we are reviewing this and why are we talking about this? We know that in thoroughbreds, it's a standard practice to take x-rays, not so much in standardbreds before the pre-sale. But we know also that these radiographs can have a significant impact both for the seller and the potential buyer. And it's important that we interpret these radiographs in the right way, and because an over-interpretation or under-interpretation may lead to, some surprises. So it's also essential to comprehend the complication, the implication of these abnormal findings, and also to know, and I'm going to bring you a little bit the surgical side of things, is which one, we can fix easily and which one we really cannot. So there is, as in my talk, I will refer to a few studies, not all of them, but more recent one because it's important, and those who have big numbers. So there's been a big study. There's a guy in the States who has done a lot of things in the past 5 years, and you're going to see his name is Dr. Pete, and I'm going to refer to his papers because he has harvested a lot of data. But I will also, there's another big study was in Japan and had a lot of numbers of thoroughbreds, so I'll refer also to these one. So we need to know that some of those lesions are significative and some are not. So the way I'm going to structurize the talk is we're going to go from one region to the other. So initially we're going to start to the fetlock, because the fetlock is probably a big part of my talk because there's a lot in the fetlock. And we're going to separate it in two. Obviously, your sesamoids, which is a big implication, and then other fetlock fragments and cysts and so on. So when we talk about the sesamoid, we're going to look at 3 different things. Obviously, those vascular channels, okay, the sesamoiditis. But we're also going to look at the contour, okay, the outline of that sesamoid, as well as, sometimes we do have fragmentation out of those sesamoids. So let's talk about those vascular channel, and I'm going to try to simplify as much as possible the findings, but what are the grade system that we are using right now, okay? And that's referred by that paper that I was telling you from Pete. So a grade 0 basically is when you can have as many channels as you want, as long as these channels are smaller than 2 millimeter. And once you look at the x-ray, you've seen a lot, these are those little lines and so on. So these are a grade 0 and have no consequences. A grade 1, oh, by the way, grade 0 also means that you have no other changes, no proliferation, no contour abnormality. A grade 1, easy, it's only one vessel which is abnormal, and it has to be wider for at least a third of its length. Grade 2, 2 of those vessels, grade 3, 3 of those vessels. So what does that look like? Just as an aside, can you see my arrow on this moving?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So that's just very quickly, your cannon bone, obviously your 2 sesamoid, and your phalanx number 1 here, okay? And we always look obviously on our obliques because that's when they show well the sesamoid, and we obviously evaluate the inside, the medial sesamoid, and the lateral sesamoid, which is the outside one. So what does a grade 1? So that was a grade 0, you know, very small vasculature, and like I said, you can have as many as you want. A grade 1, just 1, and you can, I think, appreciate that this vasculature is a little bit wider, at least a third of its length, okay? Then you have a grade 2, you have 1 and 2 of those vasculature, which is wider than it should be. And then the grade 3, which you have 1, 2 abnormal vessel, 3 abnormal vessel. And not only that, on this one, this sesamoid also has an abnormal contour, which is basically this extra bone proliferation that we're going to talk about. So the second thing that we're looking at is as I said, the change in the outer contour. And there's 2 things we're looking at: new bone formation and concavity. What does that means is holes, basically a divot into your sesamoid. So we're going to look at that and see which one has a significance on the outcome on these horses. So just so you know, for any grading purposes, the vascular channel is supersede any other contour abnormality, because that's the most who has the most impact on the horse. So what are we talking about when we have new bone formation? This is one minor one. Just, you know, you have, where's my arrow? So a normal contour, and then suddenly you have this little, you know, a protrusion out of the sesamoid. A margin concavity is one of those, okay, when you have basically a little hole and another little hole there. So these concavity actually may resolve by the age of 2, just so you know, and they don't correlate with any decrease in performance. So usually these are not significant on the outcome if you see those holes, okay? So one thing that we need to know, which is very recent, is this Dr. Pete has looked at what's the correlation with these abnormal vessels, okay, on the sesamoid. And actually, they show that it demonstrates most of them will have abnormality at the level of the suspensory branch. And that's probably why you have maybe an impact on their ability of racing. So they looked at those who had changes, a grade 2, remember that's the 2 abnormal vessel. 31% of these horses had suspensory branch changes. They may be minor changes, but they were there, okay? The grade 3, 60% of those horses had suspensory branch change. When we looked at the contour, the new bone formation, only 9% had suspensory branch change, and outer margin, the one that had the little concavity, absolutely no changes. So what does that tell you is on these different criteria, the one who has really an impact is your vascular channel, okay? A little bit your bone formation, but a much lesser extent. So his suggestion is, well, maybe in some of them, should we look at also combining an ultrasound? That's, you know, obviously as a seller, it's probably something we don't want to know. But as a buyer, just keep that in mind. So he also looked, that paper he followed actually some of these yearling with suspensory ligament issues, and there was actually a reducing likelihood of racing and level of performance. Now, one thing I want to say in my whole presentation, I'm going to say this has no effect on the racing, or yes, this had effect on racing. Now, these are statistics, and sometimes, you know, it's the statistic numbers is small. So yes, it's significant. That doesn't mean that your horse is not going to race or anything like that. So we have to be careful when we say, yes, it has. That doesn't mean they're not. It just means that we may have a decrease of those horses who are going to start, or decrease of performance, but not necessarily always significant. Am I making sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we talked about the channels, okay? We know now, yes, it has an effect, and on suspensory. Now let's talk about those fragments. So the most common one is obviously those, what we call apical fractures, top. And these fractures occurs, and that's very important to understand, is that your suspensory ligament attached to the top and on the side of the sesamoid. So babies, young babies, when you turn them out and everything, they actually often, the bone is weaker than their suspensory, okay? So that's why often you're gonna end up with more changes and lesion at the level of the bone than their suspensory. So you have those apical fracture, sometimes they just small little fragment, sometimes bigger. You have those which we call side fragments or abaxial. These are much more involving. Why? Because that's where the entire suspensory ligament attached. So therefore it's a pull, it's what we call an avulsion. So if you look at this one, this is the size of the fragment. This is where your suspensory attached. So it's a decent size, so you can appreciate that when they have those type, it's much more detrimental for the horses. Now, these often appear on the other oblique. What I mean by that is this is the same horse, but when you isolate that oblique of that sesamoid, it's a superposition. So you can miss those. Do you see that fragment? And this is the same yearling. Okay. And by the way, all these x-rays are yearlings. It's not, these are all lesion and yearling. Now you have your basilar. So we said top, side, and at the base. And so I think you can appreciate on this horse that these two sesamoid are totally different, right? You see, you have this protrusion, and you can see that on the oblique as well. So basically, what does that mean is the suspensory, your suspensory ligament attaching to the sesamoid, but that doesn't attach in the air. There's other ligaments right at the base of the sesamoid. So when you see that, that means as opposed to pull at the top, they pull at the bottom. But this one is not detached. So this probably what happened is as a very weanling or so, there was a little pull and this is totally healed. I don't see any fracture. But when you see that, you know that this happened. That probably had a fracture at the base and now it's healed up. Only babies can do this. Now, they can look different. So I want to make a point of the difference between this one and this one, okay? So this one, this is the joint, right to the bottom there. And then you go in the back, and this actually fragment is not even in the joint. It's in your ligament, okay? That's important because when it's outside the joint, most likely it looks ugly, but it's not gonna cause any problem. This one has a little line there. This is in the joint. And if they don't heal, so I don't know if you can appreciate that little line, that little divot there. So these one are also basilar fracture, but we're a little bit more concerned about these one because they are in the joint. So the question is, do they have effects on the long term? So let's go back to the vascular channel, the grade 3, okay, those who has 3, definitely associated with a decreased likelihood of racing, okay? So we all know that. That's why we hate having those vascular channels. Not so much a grade 1 and so grade 2. Contour, when you have a lot of bony proliferation, they may decrease the likelihood of racing. Again, it's a statistical number. That doesn't mean that the horse is just going to decrease a little bit, okay? And we said the divot, no effect. The fragmentation as well. It depends on the size. The bigger, the more intra-articular, they will have an effect, and especially the top and the side. That's another study, because I always like to see if there's more than study who's saying that, because you can have, so in 2013, same result, basically. Same result has an effect. Now, funny enough, the study in Japan, Miyakoshi, that I'm going to refer often, which has a lot number, no effect whatsoever on racing. So I don't know what they do differently. They had about the same number in his research, but his outcome were very different. So do they race the horse different? I don't know what's the difference, but his results were different than North American for sure. I'm just going to make a comment on, and I'm not going to go too long on this, but when you see these, what we call elongated sesamoid, okay, and they can be at different stage and so on. So this one has a little line there, I think you can appreciate, and this is the same one. And when you see these all elongated sesamoid, even if they have no line in them, this was fractured at one point. And often they happen when the young first turn out, and they suddenly run, and they run excessively, too much pressure on the sesamoid, and they can result in those. This is a case, and I just want to, only babies can do, so this is a case you can appreciate. This one is what we call a mid-body. So these baby will try to heal those. They will. You with bony, which is, like I said, a racehorse will never do that. And this is long-term, so you can tell that this one has healed totally, but you can see that something happened. You can see that elongated fetlock, elongated sesamoid. So depending on the length of the sesamoid and the different degree of healing, some of them will actually make those to racing. Okay, so that doesn't necessarily mean they won't. It depends on the degree of, fracture and so on. Any question on that part in regard to the sesamoid? Yeah.
Will you notice physical changes in a weanling or yearling if they fractured the sesamoid?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you were handling them every day.
These fractures, if they are the mid-body one, your fetlock will drop.
Okay.
Because if they both sesamoid and lots of swelling and effusion and so on. Having said that, they can be missed as well. They can be missed. If it's only one fetlock, one sesamoid, it can be missed.
So
Okay.
I have one question.
Yes.
On the vet reports at the sales,
Yeah.
a lot of vets I don't think are using this grading system of Dr. Pete's, which I think it's great, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of subjectivity in how you call something slight, mild, severe, moderate, right? So
Yes, I purposely, for that talk, did not go in that because, exactly, and one part of my talk was actually about the correlation between veterinarian in calling. And that's why I wanted a system for you to understand and not the mild, moderate, severe, because it's so subjective. And I think that Pete has been presenting and pushing for a little bit more of consistency between our report on those. I agree with you, mild, moderate, severe. Often the mild, moderate, severe are basically your 1, 2, 3.
right, and most vets will put the measurements in as well.
Yeah.
Beside it, but some don't.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, so that was for the sesamoid. Let's talk about the other fragment, and let me know if I'm doing okay in time. I'm going to try to be as fast as possible. So obviously in the fetlock, you have other fragments. Up to 6% of these yearling thoroughbred will have fragments in their fetlock. We can call them osteochondral fragment, or some are OCD, but not all of them. They're not all OCD. OCD is a developmental disease. As they grow, they basically don't ossify properly and then detach. Some of those are definitely traumatic. So that's why I'm going to refer them as OC and not OCD, because it's a mixed bag, or chip if you want to call them. So one of the most common one is what we call the DP1 fragment. What does that mean? Is that they are basically your P1, okay, so you know that. It's dorsally, so it's in front of the joint, and they are at the proximal aspect, so the top aspect of P1 as opposed to distal, okay? So these we see fairly commonly, okay? And we see different size, different, they look different. Sometimes they look like a hole in a tiny little fragment. So just keep in mind that when you see these, they're always bigger than you think, okay? So this is a perfect example of a proximal dorsal P1 and DP1. That's the fragment. That's what they look like in surgery. So that's your cannon bone right there. That's your P1. And all this is the fragment. And this is basically this horse, okay, this yearling. So they're always bigger, and the reason is you missing on the cartilage part. These are traumatic. Now, the big question, do they need to be removed? Okay, and I think this is going to answer your question. So these, again, this is the cannon bone. This horse, this yearling, had a DP1, and this is a scratch already in the cartilage. Okay, right there. Can you see that? Literally, there's a scratch in the cartilage. We call that a wear line. You know, the cartilage has been literally eroded in that location. So this is one yearling, you know, who, because when they basically hyperextend, that fragment is coming on the cannon bone and scratching, okay? So it is a general understanding that these fragment needs to be removed. Now, having said that, if you remove them, there's no damage, so the prognosis is extremely good. These papers that I refer to will bring these babies, these yearlings, had the fragment when on the x-ray at the cell. So one of the paper in Cane showed that, yes, they had an effect, you know, less likely to start a race. The guy in Japan also had the same result, less likely to start a race. Now, it can be 5% of them, okay? Again, you know, it's not, and in 2013, the same thing, you know, of starting or earning money was lower, okay? Now, having said that, if you remove, then the problem is removed. Unless you remove them years down the road, then the damage may be done. So these are for the fragment in the front of the joint. Now we're going to talk about the fragments in the back of the joint. We call that proximal P1 because it's at the top of P1. They come from P1 and they are palmar or plantar. What does that mean? Is that palmar or plantar means in the back. So palmar is in front, the front leg, and plantar is in the back leg. So there's two types, and that's important to understand. There's the type 1, and these are basically right into the joint, okay? They are between your sesamoid and your P1, and they're located in that space. Now, you're gonna see what I'm gonna show you in surgery, what they look like. These are different than the one that I showed you before because they are in a ligament. We have to go cut the ligament to get them out, okay? So these will never move, never detach, never, but the big question is, can they cause problem even if they attach? And I'll answer that question very soon. So the type 2 is those who are outside the joint, okay? And these, they look ugly, but they are in such embedded in a big, thick ligament that they don't move and they don't actually cause a problem. So yes, they're ugly at the cell, but we all know that there's no effect. Now, you do sometimes have the combination. The one who is type 1 is inside the joint, and the type 2. And these are tricky because you cannot remove those. If you remove those, you destabilize the joint, and it's not advised. It's ugly, but you cannot. But it's probably recommended to remove that one because this is your sesamoid, and they sit right at the bottom there. So this is a case, this is what they look like. So in the back of the joint, my sesamoid, the reason why I wanted to show you, this is the sesamoid, and we're gonna focus on this side there. So we're a little bit lower with the arthroscopy. This is your P1, this is the fragment. And this is how, when you flex that joint, that fragment comes and impact on the cannon bones. So they can cause definitely discomfort. And they can, and again, this is a yearling. Like, keep in mind, this is a standardbred. And why I put a standardbred, because they have so many of these fragments, we do so many, but this is a yearling again. And look at all the damage. And they always say, oh, these fragments, just remove them when, if they cause a problem as a 2-year-old. I disagree with that because, like I said, this is what I see sometimes in yearlings. So, in literature, however, if you look at multiple one, they say no effect. So if you ask me, do you absolutely need in thoroughbreds to remove those plantar fragment, the one in the back? Basically, these studies say no. Now, this is in standardbred. In standardbred, because the gait is totally different, it's more a 50-50. They basically seem to have more effect, and therefore some at high speed can cause discomfort, so we remove them. Okay, let's talk about the one who comes from what we call the mid-sagittal ridge. What is the mid-sagittal ridge? Is this ridge who comes from the cannon bone and sticks out in the front, and that ridge goes all the way to the back, okay? So you have those fragments comes from the top, okay, of that mid-sagittal ridge, and they can, sometimes you see notch, that's a notch right there, okay? And sometimes actually, this was a little bit of a particular, you don't see that very often, but what you see in the back is actually a fragment. So there was a fragment there in the front, but it traveled all the way back, which is very rare, but that can happen, okay? So they can also appear as just tiny little holes or tiny little fragments, okay? Now, these are different types, tiny little fragment, but this one is detached. Doesn't seem to be attached to the bone anymore. This one seems totally attached still. And this one's just a little bit off your mid-sagittal ridge, okay? So that's what we're looking at. Now, that's what they look like in surgery, is they often still attach. That's your mid-sagittal ridge, and it's protrude like this, and this is the fragment removed. Now, the big question is, this is another one which luckily we don't see very often in thoroughbreds, a totally big one, totally detached. This is the fragment right there, big free fragment, and these can definitely cause problems. So when you see those totally free in the joint, they need to be removed. So what's the outcome is these actually have no effect on racing. Now, there's always a chance that it can get loose, and as I shown you, can cause damage, but often these are embedded. So if there is the one that you don't necessarily need to do surgery, that might be one of them, okay? Having said that, people like clean x-rays. The last one that I'm going to talk to you regarding fragments on is the one that is on the lower part of the mid-sagittal ridge. Very, 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 very common. We see that in thoroughbreds, that flattening of that mid-sagittal ridge. Why do we see a flattening there? It's because it's not ossified yet, okay? You have a very thick cartilage, which hasn't ossified. So eventually this will change and will improve. You can see the same thing. When you see a little divot on the front, This is the same lesion, but seen from the top. And you see that little divot? Again, it's a lack of ossification. Sometimes you can see a little fragment or it starts to ossify. So these one we often don't touch because removing that will mean removing a big piece for absolutely no reason. Okay, and they will most of the time, like I said, not be visible as the horse aged. So that's what they look like in surgery, just a little divot of the cartilage. So again, these absolutely no effect on racing. Okay, let's talk about those cysts that we all hate. So they can look a little bit different. This one has, I don't know if you can appreciate this one. This is the communication with the joint. Huge communication with the joint, okay? Huge opening. Now, this one has a tiny small opening with the joint. Now, this one has actually 2 cysts. This one is very big opening. So what do we do with those? Okay, I want to make very clear here, there's 2 outcomes here. Is the one that we want a successful racing horse and the one that we want this cyst gone. So when I'm at the sale, it doesn't look like it had never anything. Well, if you want that result number 2, which is nothing, make it disappear, you need time, a lot of time to make that happen, no matter how, depending on the treatment that we're gonna use. So there's a lot, you need to treat those, obviously, okay, if you want to have a successful career or make it disappear. And there's different treatment. I'm not gonna go in detail about them, okay, but there's the screw, the absorbable screw, the injection, the drilling. So these are 2 of them, the injection right in that's what they look like, just a crack, and you bring the needle right into the cyst, or, with a screw. And basically what I want you to know is as a performance, all these treatments, they're all the same. They all have very similar outcome, okay? If you want just in regards to performance.
What about stem cells?
Same cells, same result.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely same result. To the point that, there's been so many studies over the years and different stem cell and so on. And basically, often people go back to the old-fashioned way because it doesn't add up, to more better result. And it's same thing, the stem cell. No matter what you do, you gotta start early before the cell, 6 months, 8 months prior, if you want to look good for the cell. Absorbable screw, just so you know, they stay in and they are visible on x-ray. 2 years, 3 years, okay? So yes, it has a good outcome, but you can see them. So quickly, recent paper in 2023, 72 cases. Obviously, it has an effect at the auction, of course. So it's significantly lower value at the sale, but the good thing is had similar racing career compared to those siblings. Now, these are the treated one, not the one who are not treated. And tendency for those who has wider and higher cysts to perform a little bit less and wins in place. Not surprising, okay? So we just finished the fetlock. I'm just gonna carry on. Pastern lesion very quickly. The reason why I wanted to talk is we see a lot of these cysts into those pastern, okay? And then I will go overview very quickly fragments and changes. So I think that we've seen those cysts mostly at the level of what we call distal P1, so at the bottom of P1 into the joint. And again, these one can communicate with the joint or sometimes don't, okay? So that's one which is central. That's one who's a little bit on the side and communicates with the joint. You can see very well the opening right here, right into the joint. Now, this is a P2-1. Sometimes we see them in P2, and this one actually has no communication. So this one, unless you want a perfect x-ray, doesn't necessarily need to be treated, okay? Just quickly, what's the outcome of these? Only 32 case, but again, same thing. The value at the cell is lower, but similar outcome. And those with big cysts, not basically not as successful as the other one. Okay. Again, no difference between treatments. The second thing I want to bring is those little fragments or bigger fragment. And I don't know about you, but I don't like to see any changes in pastern joint, because pastern joint, they can start with little changes, and within a few months they can progress. And the reason is that is, you know, I think that some of them is probably a collateral injury which result in these fragments and can lead to instability. So these tiny little fragment does not bother me so much, but definitely the big ones at the back definitely would bother me. Just a quick study in 2015 just showing that these fragments definitely had an effect on racing. And these often they start, this actually, by the way, this is a pull of your SDF, your superficial tendon attached right there. So when you see those, it's because it had a pull of these, the bone basically, and they often lead to a lot of changes. So it's not something, sadly, that you want to see. Now, sometimes we don't have fragment, we just have these reaction in the front, in the back, and these often is probably secondary to an instability in the joint. For example, like I said, a collateral injury, and again, this cannot lead to, you know, performance. So I think people often stay away from this, sadly. Okay, so that was for fetlock and pastern. We're going to talk about the knee. How am I doing on time?
You're great.
Okay. I'm trying. So one very common lesion that we see, there's a little hole, what we call the ulnar carpal bone, okay? Just below that big bone, which looks like a boxing glove, you know, that bone, often we see a hole, and sometimes in that hole you see a little fragment, okay? And basically that's another avulsion fracture. There's a little ligament attached there and basically pull a little piece of bone, okay? So we call that the cyst-like. You see it in here, and sometimes you see it in other views, same bone but different perspective. Now, I see a lot in these yearling thoroughbreds, and they have absolutely no consequence anymore. At one point, there was debate years ago, but we all agreed that this is just a non-significant finding. But it's still a lesion that happen. Now, once in a while, we see yearlings with fragments. You know, it can be in the lower joint, can be in the top joint. Sadly, we don't like to see those in yearlings. It basically shows maybe a little bit of a weakness, and papers have shown that yes, they do have an effect on the racing career, but the guy in Japan said no consequence. So most likely, I would say the sooner you get these fragments out, the better it is for these yearlings, and basically that will decrease your chances of having other joint changes. We see this sometimes, you know, these little spur. Now, this does not bother me as much. I'll tell you why. This is where your capsule of the joint attach. So let's say that the horse kind of bang his knee a little bit and pull a little bit the attachment of the capsule. It may create a lot of bony reaction, but not necessarily in the joint. It's kind of far from the joint. So solely on a yearling, a little bit of a reaction there, as long as there's no changes in the joint, does not bother me as much as if there is a spur at the level of the edge there. That really is something tells you that, you know, we already have a startup problem there. Spur in the back as well. That means that, you know, spur indicates changes inflammation in the joint. That's an adaptative mechanism for the joint to enlarge the surface. So when you see a spur, the spur it has no consequences. It's just what it tells you that has a consequences. We don't see those very often. Cyst. Okay, so you have at the top one a big cyst in the, what we call the distal radius. This one, a very small cyst. Okay, I am not concerned about the small cyst here. Absolutely no, you know, this is very small, and often these don't necessarily communicate in the joint. I definitely am concerned about this one. So basically, luckily, we don't see those very often. It was hard to find literature. What's their outcome? So 6 out of 9 in 85 says they were lame. And another paper more recently, 8 horses who were treated, all somewhat successful. So again, same thing as any cyst. If they treated, they can become successful horses. We once in a while have these fracture of the accessory carpal bone. This is like the big bone in the back. They can look differently. They have different configuration. So does that mean that the horse is done? Now, often we can put screws through, but we often see them at a much later stage because sometimes there's no clinical sign. There might be a lameness for a few days and that's it. Some are more lame. And they can heal, but not necessarily. This one is partially healed with bone, but this one not so much. Not at all. It's healed with a fibrocartilage, but the good thing is some of those will go to races, okay? So out of the paper, 7 out of the 11 who had fractures, some of those fracture made it to the races. So it's not a sentence, but it's pretty ugly, you know, obviously, to go to the cell. There you go, that fracture, and that's an incomplete one. Now, I don't necessarily like those. I don't know if you can appreciate that small fragment, and there's another one there, and this is actually the same horse with a big spur, and it just tells you the reason why I don't like those is these are actually in the joint, okay? They are intra-articular, so as small as it can be, they can actually cause some inflammation, but research has shown that they have no effect on racing. But keep in mind that every paper that report them, their number was 1, 2. So you cannot really reach conclusion. They're very rare. You cannot really reach very good statistical conclusion when you have 1 or 2 cases. So it's to take with a grain of salt. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, let's talk about the hawks. So obviously one of the big thing is OCD lesions, okay? So I'm just gonna throw a little bit of terminology around. This is normal views of the hawks. This is an oblique, and this is from front to back x-rays. And I'm just gonna tell you where they are located. So at the top, you have your tibia. I just want you to know two basically names. Tibia here, and this, which we call those trochlea. This big bone is the talus, okay? So where are they located? We call that dirt. Distal intermediate, because it's in the middle, ridge of the tibia. The other place is the medial malleolus, because it's inside and it's kind of an M shape, again on the tibia. And then you have your trochlea of the talus, that's the lateral one, and then the medial one. So what do they look like? I think all of you have seen them, seen these X-ray very commonly. So you can see those fragments from those two views right at the bottom of the tibia. That's your dirt. That's your medial malleolus. And these, just so as an aside, is when you see a lot of bogginess to your hawk, is often it's those lesions. I don't know why, but they cause a lot of inflammation, even the tiny little fragments, okay? So you can see them on the inside there. That's your medial malleolus of the tibia. You can see them at the bottom. That's your lateral trochlea, and they can look differently. Now, this is actually not an OCD. When they are triangular like this is a fracture. And it happens when those baby gets a kick and basically fracture that trochlea. Sometimes they localize in both. That's pretty rare. Now, another thing is just for fun, is sometimes you see on these actually a little flattening of that trochlea. I just wanted you to see what I see in surgery when I see these flattening on the X-ray. It doesn't look like much, but this is what they look like. Big ulcer in the cartilage. The cartilage is gone, and then you have no cartilage in these area with vessel going around. And you will think that, oh my God, big hole in the cartilage, these horses will never race. Has absolutely no effect in racing, okay? But just as an aside, what they look like. Okay, so one thing we don't like to see, and these can have an effect, is obviously when these fragment gets free in the joint and cause damage. And when they cause damage, when you have a lot of effusion in the lameness. And that these outcomes are probably not as good, okay? But all this, overall, basically no effect. No effect. Obviously, that's doing surgery, okay? So no effect in the outcome. Sadly, nobody looked at those who had surgery, those that had no surgery, and see if they were similar in the outcome, but just so you know. Those spurs, juvenile, what we call it, juvenile arthritis or whatever, those big spurs in the lower joint, they often called on X-rays, and it's good to know. Sometimes they don't look like spurs. Sometimes they look like a lost bone and a little bit of a proliferation. So do these have an effect on racing? Obviously, we don't intervene on those, and basically has absolutely no effect on their performance, okay? Now, I apologize for the blurriness of that X-ray. That, however, is not a good thing. So what is that? So I think you can appreciate that in the front here, this should be straight, and what we call wedging or convexity or collapse, you can tell that this bone is not a nice shape. It's not your usual rectangular, and they can cause narrowing and compression. We do not like to see those, and I'll explain to you why. Why do they occur is basically a lack of ossification. So any preemie baby will, and you see sometimes severely from the side, you see these hawks, like they really underneath them. That can have an effect on, as they ossified, in creating wedging. And these, because they narrow here, they will be predisposed to actually slab fracture because they are narrowing at that, and osteoarthrosis. So not, until a certain extent, a little bit is okay, but a lot is not, okay? So the outcome, as I mentioned, starting racing and earning money, racing definitely lower, and they all agree on that. So that was for the hawks. Then let's finish with the stifles. So we have mainly the two lesions I'm going to talk about is OCDs, the fragment formation, and the cyst one. And we always wonder, do they have an effect? Do they, depending? So I'm going to go and explain a little bit the grading, and very quick, and I'm going to tell you why it's important, because we always thought, oh my God, this is no good for racing and so on. But I'm going to bring you some good news. So this is a lesion. They graded in three category: less than 2 centimeter, 2 to 4 centimeter long, and 4 centimeter long. So that's your femur, that's your tibia, your patella, obviously. And it's most commonly your lateral one. That's the trochlea of the femur, okay? And I think you can appreciate that little divot there, little fragment there. Now, a little bit of a bigger lesion, lengthwise. So they looked at the length, and this is a very big lesion. The entire trochlea is involved. What they're looking at as well as the depth. Does the depth of that lesion has an effect? So that's less than a centimeter deep. And this one is much deeper, more than 1 centimeter. And you can see that the white that you see is that bony reaction trying to heal that OCD. So one person has looked at 144 thoroughbreds and see, does it make a difference? Okay, and what I like this because what he compares is surgery, not surgery, and with sibling who had no lesions, okay? And do they make a difference? So basically, the conclusion is, well, first, he needed to make sure that his surgery and non-surgery was similar group. So there was no difference between the group in the sense of length of the lesion, and that was very important. So the group who had surgery performed, obviously, significantly better than those who had no surgery, okay, with those fragments. Not surprising. But the good news is there was no significant difference in racing performance and cell resort between the group surgery and sibling. So those that we thought, the long one, and thought, no, this is not gonna, well, the good news is, like I said, is now the number is not, it's 145. It will be nice to have 10,000 to see, but it's encouraging, okay? But lesion length and depth did not affect the racing performance. So if you have the big ones, it's worth doing. Now, let's talk about the cyst. And I'm going to talk about 2 terms, okay? Because you're going to probably often hear lucency. What does that mean? Okay, oh, it has a lucency in the stifle, okay? So I'm going to clarify this. What is the difference between a lucency and a cyst? Basically, a lucency is just a little loss of bone, okay? A little reduction in bone density in one particular area. When the lucency become rounds, that's when it's a bone cyst, okay? So lucency less than 4 millimeter are very frequent thoroughbreds, okay? And you can see them in weanlings, and they actually, as weanling, some of them will disappear. So there's no rule. Some will stay the same, some will disappear, some will stay the same. Some weanling will have none, and then suddenly has some in yearlings. So it's a micmac of, there's no rule in saying, oh, this one's going to start a cyst, this one, it doesn't work that way. So that's what, the statement is about. So I'm just going to show you little changes that we're looking at. So we're looking at what we call the medial condyle. The medial means inside condyle. It's not always in the medial condyle. Sometimes it's the lateral, but the most common one is the medial. So that's a normal, okay? There's a bone reaction. Do you see that white? So that means when you see that, there's inflammation. So something is happening. It could be that it's healing something, or it's starting to have something. So we don't know in which direction. So we don't like to see what we call sclerosis, an increase of bone density. And this is what we're talking about, loosening, just a little flattening, which can have different degree. That's a grade 1, a little divot, and then a grade 2, a little bit bigger, and then your grade 3. Grade 1, tiny little lucency. Grade 2 is when it's as wide as high, and grade 3 is the one that is higher than wider. So now the question is, do they have an effect on? So this is the incidence that I was telling you about, okay, 9%. So it's a high incidence that we see them. And this study looking at a fair amount of yearlings and thoroughbred. And this is what I was telling you about, is they follow these yearlings and then as 2 years old, okay, they re-x-ray them and see what happened with those changes. In the grade 1, which is that tiny little divot, 45% don't change. 19%, 20% progress to a higher level, so they can deteriorate, and 35% resolved. In the grade 2, which was the wider one, 60% don't change, 20% became bigger, and 20% became smaller. So basically, like I said, you never know where you're going to stand on those. So when they were treated, overall, just so you know, the big one, 78% probability of starting a race compared with 84% with sibling, okay? So that's not, we thought for a long time these were done. They can make it to the races and not bad. This is a little bit of variation. Sometimes this one had 2 cysts. You can see them right there. Sometimes they are on the side like this. We agree that these one has no consequence in racing. Treatment, basically different treatment, the debridement, the stem cell, the cortical. Again, these are on the success, not on the disappearance of the cysts, okay? Absolutely no difference statistically between treatment, okay? This is the screw, and this is another study. Basically, the price at the auction, obviously it does have an effect, so it was lower. In these study, lower to start a race than the control, but in the performance itself, there was no difference in the performance once they started the race, and the wider tend to have an effect on the grade 3, basically. So this is a breakdown of the different treatment, and it's fairly similar between the treatments. That's it. Any question?
There's going to be
I'm
a
sweating.
test, so I hope you guys remember all those big names.
Hopefully it was not too
I
detailed.
have a question.
Yeah.
OCDs.
Yeah.
Genetic, are they...
Very good question. So they definitely genetic. So just to show you, the biggest study was in Finland. They follow stallion. They look at stallion and look at the result of the stallion, and they can link. It's not 100% by any means, but they could tell that some stallion will throw OCD. The second thing is experience. I've been doing this for 35 years, and I can tell you, I can predict in some farm exactly which yearling's going to come, and especially in standardbred, which yearling and where the lesion is going to be. Because every year the yearling comes and it's going to be the same lesion, same location.
Really?
So if you tell me no heredity, absolutely, there is heredity.
I'm in the standardbred business as well.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker. Anyway, there's so many OCD lesions in standardbreds, especially in the hawks. It's when you walk down the shed row at the sale, probably every 5th horse has had lesions removed from their hocks.
Yeah.
And it doesn't affect them.
Doesn't affect
seem
them.
to.
No, the odd one who had very, very bad lesion, or the one who had effect is the one that got free in the joint and caused a lot of damage. But no, it doesn't have no effect.
So it has nothing to do with how you raise your horse or feed your horse, or no? Okay.
Does it matter if it's a pacer or a trotter because of the action?
No, no, no. See them similarly, outcomes similarly. Yeah.
And I mean, from what I get out of this and is you got to do your spring radiographs. These younger horses, the sooner you can get at it. And as a seller, you know, the last thing you want to do is get to the sale, like Sergio said earlier, and find out 2 weeks before the sale you got a cyst and a fetlock. I mean, it's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
And you know, there are remedies, there are great surgeons that can fix these things. And
I do want to make a point on the cyst, okay? Because the cysts are, like I said, you know, sometimes we say, oh, we missed it. Well, I just showed that some will progress, some will regress. One thing I can tell you, and that is true also with OCD, the fragment and the stifle. I think they're doing a great thing right now in Kentucky. Starting to actually, and I've seen it. I was like, initially, no, it doesn't, I don't believe in it. But I can tell you, weanlings, that you discover some lesion and you start to treat, you know, with the OCD or the injection, I don't think there's much difference between the stem cell or your PRP or whatever. But if you start to treat with an anti-inflammatory in the joint, I can tell you some of those lesions, not necessarily the big one, but some of those lesions will regress. So, and again, I have not seen that happening in the hawks because nobody has followed, but the stifle, absolutely. So if as a weanling, you start to have changes, we don't want to operate on weanlings with a stifle OCD. So this is the time to actually go aggressively with those, you know, anti-inflammatory in the joint or and try to actually improve the situation.
And so many of them will show lucency in the spring radiographs, and it'll heal up and be absolutely perfect by the fall sales too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Sergio.
No, you first.
On these spurs, as a seller, you know, when you find out you have a top joint in these spurs, it's a big problem as far as middle joint in these spurs, also more weight bearing, lower joints, bigger problem. Is there any study? Because at times we retain our horses to resell as a 2-year-old because we believe the spurs, especially the middle joint or lower joint, is going to absolutely kill them at the sale. So we say, well, let's see if through work, sometimes they remodel. We have had some did, some didn't. I just don't know if there is an actual study that give a percentage of horses that had either top joint or middle joint spurs or lower joints that as a 2-year-old they have remodeled or not, or became a chip.
So it all depends on location of your spurs. Okay, so if you know where you see your fragments typically. If you have a spur in that location, I think that they can become a fragment. Now, a spur in other location, other bones that are not as predisposed and doesn't have as much weight bearing during racing, usually they don't necessarily gonna chip off. But so location of those spurs is super important because spur is a general term, and is it a beginning of a fragment? And we calling spurs. Spurs for me is just an adaptation, and it happens in very typical places in the joint, okay? And these usually never fracture, okay? So I'm trying to understand what you're referring to spur. Those typical places where we get fragments?
Yeah, well, whatever, not a veterinarian, but where you really have a top joint spur or a middle joint spur.
Yeah.
And I have some of our horses that we catch, some of them had it, and then you go back as a 2-year-old before you go to the racetrack, and they're gone. And some of them, they did have fractures.
Yeah.
So I just don't know if there's a percentage on a study or anything like that that can guide the seller, the breeder.
Yeah. I think I understand your question. technically, a spur, if it's on the surface of the joint, will never disappear. It will never disappear. If it's a bony proliferation outside, a little bit on the edge of the joint, these are different cause, okay? Your spur is covered with cartilage. Your bony proliferation can remodel and they can disappear or appear or whatever. So spurs will not, like on the margin of the joint. So there's no, basically my answer is no, you cannot make them disappear. I don't know what was the particular case on your case, where it was located, but no, there's no miracle treatment for that.
Okay, I have Francine, go ahead.
Does supplementing with something like Osteon help prevent these injuries?
There is nothing to back it up at this point in time. There's a few research on the go, but there's nothing at this point in time I can tell you, oh, they said this, because it hasn't been proven yet that it will prevent.
The question I was going to ask is kind of similar to that. Like, do you believe there's any joint supplement that is marketed out there right now that has any effectiveness?
So you have to be careful between what I call nutraceutical and medication. A nutraceutical will be just any supplementation that will help. So there is some of those products who have been proven, and the problem with nutraceutical with the research is that it's not as well control, okay? But if you look at the study, for example, of Foresight, the product Foresight, there is good study. It's a little bit biased, but there is indication that it does really bring decreased inflammation in the joint, and it has been proven and everything. So yes, there is product out there, but my point is be careful of these general nutraceutical, because a lot of them have not the background behind them research-wise. Yeah.
Do you see horses that have undergone, remodeling and different changes to their joints having more maintenance needs over the course of their racing career?
Anytime, it all depends what it looked like and that's why I wanted to show you sometime inside. Anytime that you have an issue, a little bit of the cartilage, that any of these lesions have caused a little bit of cartilage damage, yes, you need maintenance, absolutely maintenance. And your clinical sign, effusion in the joint, tells you have, some of those horses carry always effusion pretty much everywhere, but if it's one joint out of four, that's an indication that something happened. So yes, you need maintenance on those. Yeah, absolutely.
Are you suggesting that we should maybe be x-raying weanlings at times, or certain joints just to look at? Or?
I'm saying if you have a weanling with effusion that joins some clinical sign, you should. Yeah, because you might be too late. You could have done maybe something to actually minimize the lesion. So I would be proactive on anything which has a clinical sign, lameness or difficult to stand up or effusion, especially stifle.
Just a question on sesamoiditis. At the sales in Kentucky, we see more ultrasound machines going around the sales grounds now than we do radiograph machines. It's the flavor of the month,
yeah.
Right? Scanning these horses. And it can be a killer because most of the time it's an unknown. We don't scan these horses before we go in. So treatment for sesamoiditis. What are the latest studies saying?
I think that's the problem, isn't it?
Time.
Time, of course, is the essence, because there's no treatment, no good treatment. Prevention, obviously, and anti-inflammatory, any anti-inflammatory you can go, the whole list if you want. I think maintenance I like the OCD the supplement OCD just as a general nutraceutical anti-inflammatory. But at this point in time, I think we don't have a good medication for sesamoiditis. We still don't have a good medication. I think prevention is one of the most important. And prevention, I include those, the killer often is, we talk about the sesamoiditis, but we also talk about the contour and the suspensory. So I think, one of the problem is that the difference between the maturation of your suspensory ligament and your bone, okay? So, for example, if as weanling and even yearling, we are introducing too fast exercise and everything, we will create lesions. So I think that I'm glad about this study because it shows that maybe what these sesamoiditis, the cause of them might be actually some trauma. Maybe we're going too fast, or we need to look at how we prepare them. It's just an hypothesis to me, because before we did not know that there was suspensory issue. But now when you think about it, it makes sense. If the suspensory is pulling, we keep these in a stall, and I'm not saying that's what you do, but these fractures, that's how they occur. These babies, and then suddenly you turn them out, they will fracture their sesamoid. So is this the same thing happening in these yearling, but at a lesser extent? It's a possibility.
That's great. Any more, Evan?
Is there any preference with young horses whether you should turn them out in a flat paddock or paddock with hills? Because I realize in different countries people do different things. A lot of people raise their livestock in just like a big flat paddock to avoid things like this, but a lot of people say you should have some sort of hills or elevation for them to strengthen up.
I always pride myself to not answer question when I don't know. So I don't know. I mean, logically, what I would avoid is uneven ground, but I would love to, but I don't have a comment on that. Sorry.
Okay. Dr. Côté, that was very, very informative. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I learned a lot from that. I'm sure you did too.
No consequence. I need more of those in our reports.
Yeah. Great. So now we're on to nutrition with Alison. Okay, moving along. We have Alison McDougall here from Purina. She's going to talk about nutrition, and Alison has a comprehensive background. She's accomplished rider and coach. She's been all over the world, even down in Australia. She's spent a lot of time at the track here at Woodbine, worked for the illustrious Bob Tiller. So we know she has thick skin. Yep. I saw Bob last night, actually. But I'll let you take over and tell us what horses eat. Thanks, Alison.
Okay. Thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you. I'm going to sit down just so that I can read my notes a little bit better, try to keep on track, because I know it's already a long day and nice and hot. So
the horses are hungry.
The horses are hungry. Yes. So in the interest of keeping this going, I don't need to go through the topics. You'll figure it out as we go, right? So factors affecting growth and development in the growing horse. So there's 3 things that really affect growth in horses, right? And 2 of the things we can manage or influence, and one of them we can't, right? So we can influence the management of the horse and the nutrition. Genetics are more of a wild card, and they can be partially influenced by your breeder, right? So obviously, if you have a mare that, throws a baby with a crooked leg every time, and she has a crooked leg, maybe she's not supposed to be in your herd. Not really a good thing. So that's where we can probably influence genetics a little bit, but definitely management and nutrition play a big part, right? So nutrition is the science of prevention, right? Medicine is the science of treatment. And as it was kind of interesting having Dr. Côté talk before me. Obviously, if you get to the point where you need surgery, it gets really expensive, right? So if we can try and prevent some of that stuff, definitely much more cost effective, a lot less stress, and hopefully better outcomes just in general, right? So breeding farms are more successful and they are set up for prevention programs, based on reducing the incidence of health, reproduction, and growth-related problems, right? So since genetics management and nutrition are all equal in importance, the nutritionist, veterinarian, farrier, and agronomist must work together with the farm manager to help obtain the farm's optimal goals, right? So definitely need to work as a team to try and come out with best outcomes, our best foot forward. So when it comes to nutrition, balanced nutrition is what we're looking for, right? When we keep everything in balance, we get good outcomes, right? And the base of our nutrition program is always going to be the forage that our horses are eating, right? So you can see that we have my pyramid here. So your pasture, your hay, this is the base of a horse's nutrition program, right? A lot of the times when people are struggling, especially with things like weight and top line, and they sort of go to me and they go, what did you do with your feed? Did you change something? And I'll be like, no, let's go take a look at your hay. Because at the end of the day, horses eat this much hay and they probably eat this much feed. So when something changes in the hay, it's going to have a huge effect on that horse's, weight or top line and things like that, right? The next step is once we've established, that if we're feeding enough hay, we're feeding a quality hay, especially with thoroughbreds, they tend to be harder keeping, faster metabolism. They need to eat more feed. So then we need to look at, my horse needs more feed to maintain weight. So then we're going to pick a feed, to help them with extra calories. And then once we've established what feed we're going to feed, then we need to make sure that they're actually getting all their vitamins and minerals and meeting those requirements. So that would be the third step in that process. So I'm going to take a quick look. We're going to look at assessing hay, right? So the best way and really the only way to truly know what is in our hay is by testing it, right? And this is an example that we have. Would be a horse hay quality report, and that we do at our own lab. What we're looking at here is, you'll get an as-is basis. So this is what the hay actually contains as the horse is eating it. You'll also see dry matter basis, and this is actually used for comparison purposes, right? Because the amount of moisture in a hay will dilute things. So when you pull all the moisture out, then you're able to compare hays. And then quite often the chart on the left is just sort of saying, like, here's your hay. This is whether it's meeting the averages or not. So when we get our hay test results, things that we're looking at would be dry matter, which indicates how dry the forage is, and is also a good indicator of when to test for molds, right? So ideally, we would like our hay to be drier, higher than 85%. So if we're starting to get below 85%, then that's when we might want to consider testing for molds. You can look at the initial results first, like the labs always hang on to the samples. So we can look at the initial results, and then if we think there's some more questions, then we can go back and test for other things as well. We're going to be looking at crude protein. What you won't see on your hay test is a number for lysine, but we do have some calculations that we can do for the different types of hay. So for like alfalfa, timothy, and pastures, right? We're going to look at fiber content, and that usually runs as NDF and ADF, which it affects dry matter intake and energy intake. And ADF actually measures the indigestible fragments of the cell wall. And basically say for horses, there's two numbers that we look at to see if it's a good quality hay. For NDF, we want it to be below 45%, and for ADF, we want it to be below 65%. Next thing we can test too is lignin. So lignin is the indigestible portion of the cell wall. So that's that woody portion, right? That makes it really stiff, right? And this is a measure of digestibility. And the interesting thing about lignin is the numbers are actually quite small, right? So an ideal hay would be probably between 4 and 5% lignin. A 1% increase of lignin will actually have a big effect on the digestibility of hay. So, I'll see 6 and 7. I've actually seen 8 or 9%, and those hays they look like wood, right? So, it's definitely a great way of figuring out how digestible your hay is. We're going to measure the digestible energy, so that's how many calories there are. We can look at the sugars. We can, and like I said, we can do mold, but it's an extra cost, and we would look at that usually after we get the first testing back. We're going to take a look at our macrominerals, so our calcium and phosphorus. You'll usually have a ratio on there as well. So ideally, our cal-phos ratio would be between 1.5 and 3.1. We can also do microminerals if necessary. That is an extra cost. So again, we can get the initial test results. If for instance, you're having issues on the farm and you have concerns, maybe you've been having a lot of growth problems, then you might definitely want to be taking a look at whether you want to test your microminerals. So we're talking about copper, zinc, and manganese, and we want to make sure that the hay has a good zinc copper ratio. So you're looking at usually between 3-to-1 and 4-to-1. What's not included on your hay test are your vitamins, because degradation starts when the hay is cut. And selenium is another one that we don't bother testing, especially here where in our area, because we already know that the soil is deficient. Right? So vitamin A, beta carotene, or retinol loses 50 to 80% of its value in the first 24 hours after hay cutting. Right? It loses another 7 to 10% of its value every month. So 6 months after cutting hay, you may have as little as 10% of its original carotenoid content. Okay, this is really important, right? So as we've already discussed, like, Sergio was saying, like in Kentucky, they have pasture earlier than we do because they have a longer growing season. Here in Canada, we don't have that. So our horses are eating more hay than they are pasture. Right? So, 6 months in, and we know at 6 months, we're still feeding a lot of hay, your hay's not going to have very much in the way of vitamins left, right? Vitamin E is a really important antioxidant. Losses at 54 to 73% within the 3 months of curing your hay, right? And then selenium, also a really important antioxidant, deficient in East, West, and Northern Canada. So where it's red on the map there, and you can see that we're right in the red area, it is extremely deficient. So legume versus grass hays, right? So there are differences. The legume hays tend to be higher in protein. They will have a lower fiber content and lower digestibility. If you look at a hay with alfalfa in it, obviously there's a lot of stems in there. There's really good calories because the leaf is really good. You get a lot of leaf, you get a lot of calories that way. But yeah, definitely affects digestibility. You'll have an increase in minerals. We know alfalfa tends to be higher in calcium, magnesium, and potassium. And this is interesting because a lot of people get this mixed up. Legume hays actually do tend to be lower in sugar. Grass hays are pretty much the opposite, right? Tend to be lower in protein, higher fiber content, can have better digestibility. It all depends on when it was cut. So obviously a mature grass hay, if it's very stemmy, will still be hard to digest. But if you got your hay off at a good time, it's not too mature, it's very leafy and soft, then you're going to get better digestibility. Your minerals tend to be a bit lower in your grass hays, and your sugars can be higher as well, especially again if it's a bit more mature, right? And depending also on what time of the day that it was cut. Right, so if you cut hay first thing in the morning, they tend to be lower because it's been growing all night long, and that uses up the sugars that get accumulated during the day. So if hay testing is not feasible, a nutritionist can still balance a ration using hay averages. Right, we'll still probably want to look at the hay. Your horses will tell you, of course, too, what the quality of your hay is. If you're not in a position to have your hay tested, I can look at a horse and somebody calls me and says, hey, my horse, has a hay belly and it has no top line and it's a bit ribby. that horse is telling you that the hay is probably not great quality. Are they eating the hay? If it's not palatable, if they don't want to eat it, it's probably not great, right? And then, of course, the look and the feel of the hay. Is it coarse and stemmy, or is it soft and leafy, right? If I had a choice between a higher nutrient level hay that is a bit more mature and a little bit coarse versus a grass hay that has less nutrients but is more digestible, I will take the more digestible hay every single time. All right, so we've taken a look at our hay. We know our horse is getting enough. This is just an example of a couple of feeds. Obviously, I'm going to use our feeds as examples. But what I want you to notice about this is, so I've put the guaranteed analysis for these products, right? There's actually not a lot of difference between these feeds, right? There's only a 1.5% difference between protein, 1% between fat, a little bit more higher fiber on the juvenile feed, things like that, right? But these feeds are actually very different. They have very different ingredients. They have very different textures, right? So I always tell people the feed tag with the guaranteed analysis is just a starting point, right? And it's really, you need to start looking at what the ingredients are. You would think that the feed that has the higher fat percentage would actually have more calories, but it doesn't. The feed on the left, which is actually a sweet feed, textured feed, so it has a lot more grains, is actually the higher calorie feed. So things that you want to look at for ingredients, you want to look at the quality of the ingredients, the digestibility of the ingredients, whether or not the minerals are chelated organic. This has a big effect on the availability or the absorbability of the minerals for the horse. And other things that you can put in feed that have added value would be things like flax, essential amino acids, pre and pro, and now postbiotics. Postbiotic is a new term. They just established it, I think, in 2022. Yeast and super fibers. And things like a super fiber this really does give added value to feeds because horses are supposed to be eating fiber, right? They're not really supposed to be eating grains. So, and when it comes to young horses, we have to remember that our young horses, their digestive system is still developing, right? So if we can give them more digestible ingredients, that's going to help them to prosper more, right? There are obviously some differences too between sweet feeds and, for example, our juvenile feed, which is basically a fat and fiber feed, in that the energy levels, right? So higher starch and sugar will have a little bit more energy. The fat and fiber feeds, is a little bit more cool energy. And that might be something that you want to think about when you're taking your babies to sale, is you want them to be manageable, right? So if you can keep some of that energy lower, then that helps too. There's a little bit of research on the effects of insulin on joint development, but it's not entirely clear. But at the end of the day, a fat and fiber feed is technically healthier and better for horses, and that's where your pelleted feed comes in, right? And I know there's a lot of a lot of people in the thoroughbred racing industry, breeding industry, like to feed sweet feeds, but yeah, the fat and fiber feeds really are kind of the better option. Now, speaking of if you're going to choose a feed, there's different feed textures out there. A lot of things when you're making a choice for a feed will depend on, are you feeding a mare, a foal, or a yearling, the number of horses that you're feeding, the frequency of the feeding, the location of the feeding. So for example, if you're feeding in a herd, right, is there going to be competition between horses? So like in a herd situation, a product that's maybe a pellet or extruded or a chunk, it's easier for them, especially if you're feeding on the ground, or if they're spilling on the ground, then they can't sort as easily, and that goes for just sweet feeds in general. There's horses like to eat the grains in the sweet feed because they taste good. It's it's like candy, right? But then they also have you do find some sorting with that. And where are the key nutrients? They tend to be in the pellet. That's where the vitamins and minerals are, right? So it's important to be aware when you are feeding a sweet feed to make sure that the horses are eating all of it and not just the grains, right? Because then you may encounter. So if you have, and then, in a herd situation too, if you have that dominant mare and she's moving, from one area to the other and she may be eating all the grains and leaving all the pellets, right? So things like that to think of. The quality of your forage will affect this too. If you have really, really good hay, really digestible hay, maybe feeding, a more sugar starch feed would be okay. But if you have poor hay, feeding a feed with more digestible fiber can kind of offset some of that. And then water intake is super important. I can't emphasize this enough. When it comes to horse nutrition, hydration is very, very important, right? Colic is an issue. Helping with digestion is an issue. And even if we're prepping for sales, right? Like if your yearlings are a little bit dehydrated, it's amazing. They look a little thinner, right? So I know my horse doesn't like to stay hydrated. He drives me insane. I can, in the wintertime pull his blanket off and he'll look like he's, like 50 pounds lighter than he did last week. And then I do a pinch test and I'm like, oh, so you haven't been, drinking enough or whatever. And then I'll dose him with, salt for like 4 days. And, oh, wow, look at that. You gained 50 pounds, right? So that can help a little bit as well. So when it comes to vitamin mineral requirements, so under consumption equals deficiencies, right? Vitamin E is talked about a lot. If you're deficient in if your horses are deficient in vitamin E, you can see things like equine, hopefully I say this right, equine neuroaxonal dystrophy and equine degenerative myelencephalopathy, whatever that one is, EDM. So abnormalities of specific neurons in the brainstem and spinal cord, and this can affect the horse from birth to 3 years of age. All right. You can get some toxicity with, vitamins A, D, and K. They are fat-soluble vitamins, which means they are stored in the horse's body. Selenium can be toxic. So selenium is it's a very important mineral. It actually forms probably the base of our balancing, especially here, because we know that selenium is deficient. So when we're creating a feed program, we're going to balance for selenium first because we don't want too little and we don't want too much, right? Iodine, you can get some toxicity. And then you also have your provoked deficiencies, right? So this happens through mineral interactions. So copper and zinc, right? So if you have too much zinc, then it will affect the absorbability of copper. Calcium and phosphorus, right? If you have too much phosphorus, it will affect the absorbability of calcium. And so when it comes to figuring out what vitamin minerals our horses need, the NRC, which is the National Research Council, has actually come out. They've established what levels of nutrition are required. But the thing about the NRC is that it's a minimum requirement. And you can see from this chart where the red line is, that is where the minimum is. But you can see that there is a large range of where feeding more, getting up to that superior range, you will actually find, more optimal performance, right? Then, of course, there is that range if you go too far. We want to be careful that we're not overfeeding on vitamins and minerals because then you can get into toxicity or basically it's just a waste of money, right? It's just going to go straight through the horse's body. They're not going to use it. So we want to be careful of that as well. So I still hear this a lot. Too much protein is bad, causes growth problems, all that kind of stuff, right? And I just want to make sure that everybody realizes that is completely false, okay? So there has been a lot of research done, and one of that was that they actually did 2 groups of weanlings that were fed the NRC recommendations for minerals and vitamins. This was actually a group of thoroughbreds, and one of the group was fed less than the recommended amount of protein. And in the low protein group, they found that there was a decrease in bone density and there was a decrease in tendon strength. So increasing the minerals in their diet had no effect on bone density or tendon strength as long as the protein remained deficient, right? So if the amount of protein is fed below their needs, it can affect the utilization of minerals in their diet, potentially causing skeletal and tendon problems, even when the required amount of minerals and vitamins are provided. And what happened a lot when we had horses with growth problems is that vets would come in and they would say, okay, we need to cut back the protein, so stop feeding them. Okay, and then you would see that it would be resolved. But is it really that you cut back on the protein? If you cut back on feed, what else do you cut back on? You cut back on calories. And calories are what drives growth. So what we really want to be careful of is that if we're giving too many calories, if we cut back on the feed to get rid of some of these, the extra calories, we still want to make sure that we're feeding enough protein and vitamins and minerals. And there's an easy way of doing that, and that is by using a ration balancer instead of a feed. So protein, and really when we're talking about protein, we're talking about amino acids and especially essential amino acids, right? So the horse will, take the protein, break it down in their body into their amino acids, and then they'll use those amino acids as the building blocks, right? So there are 10 essential amino acids. Lysine is the first limiting amino acid. And what do I mean by that? Well, the picture on the screen is, that's the example of a barrel, right? So you have all the different slats. So if all the slats are different amino acids, and lysine is the one that's sort of down in the middle there. If I fill in all the other slats, but I don't have enough lysine, and I try to fill that barrel up with water, what's going to happen? The water's just going to pour out, right? So it doesn't matter how many of all the other amino acids you feed. If you're not meeting their requirement for lysine, then your horses are not going to be able to grow properly, build muscle and tendon and all that kind of stuff. So this is just an example of a balanced ration. So what I have here is in the green would be what the hay contributes to the horse's diet. The blue is what a feed would contribute, and then the red is actually what a top-dressed ration balancer would contribute. So you can see, yes, the hay contributes a fair amount of calcium and phosphorus and fiber and protein and things like that. But when you get to things like selenium and some of the vitamins, you can see it's not contributing anything, right? And then you can add a feed, but depending on the quantity of the feed that you're adding, even the feed may not, meet those optimal requirements. And so then you add the vitamin mineral top dress to make sure that everything is balanced. And when I say balanced, I'm not saying that I'm looking for a straight line across where everything is even. What I'm saying is that we want to make sure that that horse is getting everything at 100% to meet their requirements, right? Now actually I'll get onto that later about the different levels of nutrition, but this is just an example of what it would look like. And you can see that vitamin A and vitamin D over to the right are quite high. So you can have things in there that are 200, even 300% more than what the horse actually needs. Formulation is very complicated. When I was at university and I had to do some formulation, it used to drive me nuts because you would be like, add one thing and the light would go green, but then this would go red because you don't have enough of that. And, so it can get a little bit complicated trying to balance everything out. Nutrition of the growing horse. So when it comes to, at the end of the day, I know we're here to talk more about, yearlings and things like that, but really, nutrition of the growing horse starts with the mare, right? So I'm going to just quickly go through that. Early gestation, 1 to 4 months for a non-lactating mare. So obviously a mare that doesn't have a foal at the side, you're just looking at requiring a maintenance level of nutrition. Minimal versus optimal, right? So that's where, differences can really have an effect, right? We're in a cyclical cycle, right? So we have our mare, she has her foal, you're probably trying to get, rebreed her after that, and keep going, like, for a number of years in a row. And obviously, when a mare is pregnant and feeding the baby, she's going to use up her own body resources. So we want to make sure that we're constantly renewing or maintaining a mare at an optimal weight and at an optimum vitamin mineral levels, right? The foal at this stage is growing really slowly, so you're looking at only 0.2 pounds per day. It is important to maintain a body condition of about 5.5 to 6.5 body condition scoring. So that scoring is from 1 to 10. To give you an example, a 5 body condition score would be a horse that if you stand them straight and you look at them, you can't see the rib. But if they bend a little bit, then you would be able to see a rib, right? So I can't see them, but they're easily felt. That would be a 5. So we want her to be slightly more than that, and potentially gaining weight as she gets closer to foaling, because her needs are going to be huge once she gets closer to foaling. So mid-gestation, 5 to 8 months, requires close to maintenance levels, again, of calories and protein, but there's high bone turnover in the mare. So increasing the mare's store to feed the foal in late gestation is important. This is when it's really important when it comes to growing young horses, right? So late gestation, 9 to 11th month, the last 90 days are the most critical. The demands of the fetus increase sharply, right? And you need to increase the mare's stores for later. The unborn foal is growing rapidly at a pound per day, 400 or 450 grams, since we are in Canada and we're supposed to do grams and kilos. So growing a higher percentage of bone and a large amount of joint development is happening in those last 3 months of gestation. And so this chart just for those of us who are visual learners, this just goes to show you can see the sharp increase in the fetus's requirements during gestation. The lactating mare, right? So it's important to watch the nursing mare's nutrient input and output relationship, right? So definitely, how much milk she's producing, things like that. Her energy needs at this time can be as high as 75% over maintenance, right? And especially thoroughbred mares, right? I have a theory, I'll bring it up now with the standardbred thing. There are differences between breeds, and standardbreds are generally, they have a slower metabolism and they are easy keepers. And I wonder, and I'm not saying this is true or not, but especially dealing also with warm blood mares who also tend to be easier keepers, is that people will tend to feed less feed. Well, when you feed less feed, you also feed less protein and vitamins and minerals. And if you're not, and so, for a mare that, a thoroughbred mare might eat 4 or 5 kilos a day of a feed, and a standardbred, if it's easier keeping it, is only eating 2 kilos, well, you're now missing like 2 or 3 kilos worth of vitamins and minerals and protein. So I just wonder if maybe that had something to do with the fact that these standardbreds, I'm sure there's a genetic component, but that's my theory on maybe why that's happening. Anyway, something to think about. So looking at the mare, obviously you can tell by her body condition, her top line. If calories are in short supply, her fat stores will be used up and she will lose body weight. If protein and amino acids are in short supply, her muscles will be sacrificed and she will lose her top line. And if major and trace minerals are in short supply, her bone and liver stores will be compromised. Feeding the foal, right? So begin by feeding the broodmare properly. On average, foals reach 50% of their mature weight and 85% of their mature height by 6 months of age. First month of age, the mare's milk provides most of the foal's requirements. Any stress under 10 days of age equals ulcers, right? So, and that affects the absorption of nutrients. Foals obviously will feed their mother's feed, so they will start to get more nutrients as they go along. As you can see, this is just a chart showing the nutritional content of milk. So, the first few months, the mare is going to provide a lot of nutrition, but after 2 months, the quality of the milk goes down. You might still get really good calories, but it's the protein and the vitamins and minerals that are going to drop off. And you can see that the foal's requirement increases significantly. Weanlings and yearlings, right? So foals should be fed what they were feeding with the mothers post-weaning for approximately 4 to 6 weeks, right? So weaning obviously is very stressful. So if your foal has already been eating the mare's feed, why make a change at a really stressful point in their life, right? It's better to continue with the maternity, mare feed, and then make a switch to a juvenile feed once they've kind of settled down and gotten over the whole weaning process. Each foal is an individual, right? There are sex differences, right? So boys will be boys. They tend to play around and need more calories than some of the fillies, right? But then some of the fillies can also be a little bit more anxious, So it all depends on the horse, right? You want to watch for growth spurts, too thin or too fat. It's important to recognize that their weight will fluctuate as they grow. But and I tell people, if you start to look a little ribby, but then you can see like their butt high or something, they've obviously gone through a growth spurt, maybe just kind of stay the course, and they will, they usually will catch up fairly quickly. But if, they go, let's say a month and they're not gaining any rib coverage or, then at that point you may want to think about increasing the amount of feed that you're using. Knowing what's in the hay. Do not overfeed energy and calories. And this is a challenge when we're, getting babies like weanlings and yearlings, especially more so the weanlings, just because they can really be affected with the amount of calories that we're giving them. So it's important to definitely manage that. You want to still make sure that you're balancing protein, vitamins, and minerals. So what is developmental orthopedic? Well, Dr. Côté kind of talked about it, right? So, I have some suggestions on nutrition when it comes to like fasciitis, osteochondrosis, angular limb deformities, and flexural deformities, how nutrition can affect or prevent that kind of stuff. Just some facts. So 1 out of every 10 horses may be unsound as a yearling due to poor joint cartilage formation and or failure of growth plate cartilage to develop into healthy bone. Most cartilage disturbances have already occurred by 6 months of age. Therefore, prenatal nutrition needs more attention. Right? So research has shown a high rate of success in preventing nutrition-related DODs by making sure pregnant and lactating mares do not deplete their body reserves of mineral, right? So it's not just about feeding the youngster, it's about feeding the mare all year long. So factors involved in DOD. So genetic predisposition, management and environment. So that's, things like when activity is limited, trauma, carrying too much body weight, forced exercise, and hard and dry conditions. And then nutrition-induced, lack of adequate prenatal nutrition, lack of adequate lactation nutrition, lack of balanced diet to support growth. So it is not recommended to try and limit or speed up growth rate, just provide the nutrients needed to allow the foal to grow at their genetically inherited rate. So when it comes to DODs, fetlocks are usually affected 9 months and under, knees affected 18 months and under, and nutritional causes display bilaterally. And so what I mean is that you'll see it in both legs, right? Usually it's both front knees, both ankles, or maybe all 4 ankles. Environmental or genetic causes usually can affect like one leg. So I remember going to a mixed sale and they pulled this broodmare out. And she had a really crooked leg. Like she came out and went like this, and then they pulled the baby out and the baby went like this. And I was like, it might not have been a good idea to bring both of them together at the same time. So fasciitis and OCD, nutritional management. So calcium phosphorus ratio, really important, right? So we want it to be more than 1-to-1, less than 3-to-1 for horses 18 months and under. This is where, alfalfa is, hay is good, is a great source of nutrients, but we want to be careful because you don't want to feed straight alfalfa, right? Because it can be 6-to-1 cal-phos ratio. Grass hay is more, tends to be 1-to-1 to 1.5-to-1. You want to avoid excess body weight, avoid high carbohydrate diets, do not sacrifice nutrition during growth spurts, inadequate amino acids. So ideally you want to be feeding 39 grams per day of lysine. And copper is really important as well. So if you're underfeeding at less than 150 milligrams per day, or you have an imbalanced zinc-copper ratio, that can affect fasciitis and OCD as well. Those numbers are based on a 6-month-old foal that will mature to 1,100 pounds. Contracted tendons and angular limb deformities. So deficient copper, right? So again, under that 150 milligrams per day. And or the zinc copper ratio, right? So too much zinc inhibits copper absorption. Forages itself tend to be around 5 to 1. You want it to actually be 4 to 1 or under. Inadequate protein, so lysine, not enough lysine, that will definitely affect. Rapid rates of growth without the supporting nutrition. So that's where that too many calories, not enough protein, vitamin, minerals, right? The calories will spur on that growth, and you need that protein and vitamin minerals to support that growth. There is also possibly some phosphorus shortages that can cause this as well. So your DOD timeline. So we can actually help nutritionally with DODs. If the inflamed fasciitis or acquired contracted tendons is the result of a nutritional deficient diet, if it's under 30 days, they should show a positive response in 10 to 14 days. Weanlings will take 30 to 45 days. Yearlings will take 60 to 90 days. And over the 2 years of age with tendon contractures, you will have minimal response from nutrition. So this is just a case study of a 5-month-old weanling that presented with contracted tendons and fasciitis, and we put her on a balanced diet, and 30 days later she'd actually straightened out, and the fasciitis had actually resolved itself. So I just want to talk a little bit about feeding rates. So a lot of people get really confused when it comes to feeding rates. So on the right hand is actually a feed tag. This is not a breeding one. That's actually one of our racing feeds. But the reason I put it on there is because our formulation teams at every single feed company in Canada is having fun redoing all their feed tags, because CFIA has said that now we want you to put a minimum max on your fiber. But we're also allowed to now put the amount of biotin, lysine, and methionine on the actual feed tag, which we weren't allowed to do previously, right? You'll usually see on a feed tag the feeding rate, right? So one of the things that I want to emphasize on this is everybody's like, how much should I feed? How much should I feed? Okay, the feeding rate on a feed tag is about the vitamin mineral requirements of the horse, not the calorie requirements, okay? So if I have a really easy keeping horse, or yearling or something like that. So for example, for a 300 kilo horse, to figure out what the feeding rate is, you're going to take 300 divided by 100 and then multiply it by how many kilos, right? So for, let's say a yearling, 1.1 kilo times 3 equals 3.3 kilos per day of feed, right? Well, what if I have like a really easy keeping yearling and I only need to feed 2 kilos, right? Well, then you're not meeting vitamin mineral requirements. So at that point, that's when those ration balancers come in really handy, because then you can use them as a top dress to make sure that you're meeting those vitamin mineral requirements. So the amount of hard feed that youngsters being prepared for sale will require is extremely variable, right? They're all individuals, age, size, sex, growth history, individual metabolism, their health status, and that's a big one, right? So when horses are injured or sick, it has a huge effect on how they manage, their weight. Like you see horses, as soon as they get sick, they lose weight. It's really hard on them. So that can make it really difficult, and definitely need a little bit of extra help in those situations. Of course, the amount of exercise they undertake and the quantity and quality of forage, right? So when Sergio was saying like he likes his babies to be outside, moving around, getting more activity, and of course that's just going to help them develop their muscles, help them develop their tendons, help them develop their top lines, right? For example, some yearlings can gain weight quicker than others, so they may not require as much hard feed. On the other hand, late foals might need to be fed more to achieve the right look. So yearlings in full prep will usually require between 4 to 6 kilos of feed per day, whereas intakes of 2 to 4 kilos per day would be typical for a full prep. Now, when you're at that higher end of feeding, right, that's a lot of feed. So the daily ration should be divided into several small meals, ideally no more than 2 kilos per meal for a yearling and 1.5 kilos of per meal for a foal. So if you have a big yearling and they need a lot of feed to maintain weight or gain weight, at 6 kilos, and you don't want to do more than 2 kilos, then you're looking at 3 feeds a day, right? So if you're prepping yearlings and they're going out at night, then, and they're in during the day, that does help, because then you can do a morning feed, a lunch feed, and then an afternoon feed, right? So these are guidelines only, and you should always feed according to the young horse's individual condition, right? So some will need a little bit more attention, and there are certain things that we can do to help them along the way. So I'm going to just quickly talk about some of this now. Like Dr. Côté said, I'm not going to get into a lot of the, so-called suspect supplements. It's more like feed supplements that I'm going to talk about. And the first one I'm going to talk about, actually, most people don't think of as a feed supplement, and that's a hay replacer. So if you have poor quality hay, sometimes a hay replacer, it can be a good option. Most feed companies will have something like that, right? And you can see, this is one of the things where, people are always like, well, my hay's not really great. Maybe I'll go to a hay cube. And you can see the different calorie levels. So pasture at 2,200, your grass hays are usually around 1,700 to 2,000 calories per kilo. Alfalfa hay is a little more, 2,300. Hay cubes are still hay. Right? It might be a better quality hay than what you have, but you're still probably not going to get more than like 2,200 calories. Bee pulp is a really nice digestible fiber source. The challenge, of course, with bee pulp is it's really high in calcium, so you don't want to necessarily unbalance things. With a hay replacer pellet, now, again, alfalfa pellet, you have to be careful, right? Because, again, might be too high in calcium. A lot of products these are 2 examples that we have. They tend to have a combination of alfalfa meal and soy hulls, very digestible fibers, right? And because they're so digestible, you tend to get higher calories, right? So for 1 kilo, you're getting 2,600 calories versus, especially if you're on a grass hay, 1,700 calories per kilo. So adding just a kilo of a hay replacer can be very helpful. And again, with our young horses, I had a weanling that was going to be showing on the line at the Royal this past fall, and she was looking really potty, lacking a little bit of the ribs. We knew that the hay, I'd already tested the hay and it wasn't very good. And so what we did was we actually added a hay replacer pellet. The bacteria in the hindgut of the horse, they really like digestible fiber. Digestive system of the horse is the front line for everything, right? Whether it's for health status and just, the ability to digest is super important. So these super fibers really help with that, keeps the bacteria really healthy, and also gets some really nice calories into a digestive system that may not be fully mature, right? That weanling, we also added a yeast supplement too as well. So in 6 weeks, we got rid of the pot belly, and she actually finished second in I think it was the President's Cup or whatever. There was 20 some odd horses in there. So she did really well. So fat and protein supplements, right? So I've already talked about a high protein ration balancer. So this is a great tool for easy keeping mares, weanlings, and yearlings. I know some companies will have a full feed. A lot tending to kind of get away from that just because it's a very kind of like a niche product. You can actually use a ration balancer and protein. Soybean meal has the best essential amino acid profile. Sometimes we'll also add in essential amino acids, and of course, vitamin E really important, right? So they tend to have higher levels of vitamin E. A lot of people like to use rice bran as a fat supplement, so it's quite palatable, good calories. The one thing I would be cautious about with rice bran is it does tend to be higher in omega-6s, which tend to be inflammatory. So there are some other better options out there. I know a lot of people, I don't know so much these days. We're using like bodybuilder, gamma, original, and all that kind of stuff. There's actually not a lot of research supporting that works. Sometimes you're better off actually going to something like a fat supplement that has a higher protein and has a higher fat content, right? So rice bran is actually 14% protein, 18% fat, and also tends to be higher in starch and sugar, right? In comparison to some of the other types of fat supplements that, feed companies have, right? So, for example, we have Pure Athlete, which is a 20% protein, 25% fat, and is only an NSC or starch and sugar level of 17%. So again, if you're working with young horses and you want to try and keep them calm, that lower starch and sugar level certainly helps, right? So great way of getting some extra calories in there. They usually have added vitamin E. So of course, because fats are very, not necessarily stable. And so by, pelletizing or extruding, you'll get a little bit more shelf stable. We're prepping our babies, usually in the hot, like today, right? Fats go off really quickly in the heat. So, something like a pelleted or extruded will have a better shelf life, right? When it comes to oils, all oils are the same when it comes to the amount of calories, right? There's no difference. The differences in oils really comes down to things like the omega-3/6 ratio. So again, inflammatory versus anti-inflammatory. There is a need, obviously horses do require omega-6s, but there usually is plenty of omega-6s in a horse's diet. So we are tending to want to try to increase the amount of omega-3s, right? Good sources of omega-3s would be like flax, fish oil, camelina oil. Fish oil, of course, not the most palatable, right? And some of these can be a little bit more expensive. So if you're just looking for an oil that is kind of a neutral oil that's not too expensive, I like to recommend canola oil. It's very neutral, a little bit more expensive and great calories, and will still put a shine on a horse's coat, right? Digestive supplements, right? So your pre and pro and postbiotics. So pre tends to be, like I said, beet pulp actually works as a prebiotic. Most yeast, they're live yeast, so we tend to call them a probiotic. But by the time they get to where they need to get, they're probably acting more as a prebiotic. And then a postbiotic, which is the new go-to term, is actually a fermented yeast. So live yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, there's tons of research out there on Saccharomyces cerevisiae that it does, it really does help with digestion of hay, keeps the bacteria in the hindgut really happy. We always want to have a healthy microbiome in the hindgut. One of the interesting things about Saccharomyces cerevisiae, so Cargill, which is Purina here in Canada, Nutritionist in the States. We actually own a company called Diamond V. And so they make yeast and things like that. And they were doing fermented yeast for animal feeds. And what they found is that the people that worked in the plant actually had less health claims than the people that worked in the office. And their health company actually came to them and said, "Hey, what's going on here? Like, there's an actual difference between the two." And so then they were like, "Well, that's interesting." So then they started doing some research, and then they realized that the fermented yeast, specifically scientifically, actually, there were, even better benefits from a fermented yeast, not just for digestion, but for, there's all kinds of beta glucans in there. So for like immune support, for red blood cell production, there's even some, a little bit, helping with like joint health and things like that. So that was really quite interesting. So a lot of companies are actually using postbiotics in feeds right now, and there's even like in dog foods and all the other livestock feeds, and there's actually a people version as well. B vitamins can be really helpful, especially if you have young horses that have been stressed, right? If they've had hindgut issues. So the bacteria in the hindgut actually produce B vitamins for the horse. But of course, if that's compromised, then they're not going to be getting enough, right? B vitamins are, really important for just general metabolism in the body, for the organs to work properly. Some B vitamins can have a little bit of a calming effect. I know when I take a B vitamin supplement, I feel better, and not like a crazy energy type of energy, but just a general good feeling, right? Some newer supplements that are coming out have a marine-derived calcium in them, which is can be used to help buffer the stomach acid. So if you, your young horses, if they're stressed, so for horses that are 6 months of age or older, if they're prone to ulcer, if they're stressy type, if they've had ulcers, obviously if you've scoped and diagnosed an ulcer, you have to medicate. You're not going to heal with a supplement. There's no research out there showing you that any other types of supplements will heal an ulcer. But what marine-derived calcium will do is actually, it kind of helps the healing process, and then can be used as a preventative as well. L-glutamine, also a great supplement, supports a healthy gut lining and fuels and repair muscle tissue. And then if you're looking for something like maybe to help, calming kind of stuff, magnesium, muscle relaxer, right? So just the fact of, that type will help, can help a little bit with maybe some anxious babies. And then salt, right? Loose salt. I encourage everybody to teach their horses to eat a little bit of loose salt, just plain white salt, right? Because it's so important. Salt is the cheapest and easiest way to prevent colic. And a lot of these horses are going to the racetrack. They're going to end up having to probably be fed salt and electrolytes, right? So I think it's really important to, introduce it to horses at a young age, teach them how to, eat feed with extra salt added to it. Because I think it will be helpful. My horse, I can, take a scoop, like a little, 30-gram scoop, and throw like 2 of them in his feed, and he'll eat it right up, right? People always go, oh my God, that's too much. And I'm like, no, it's not. Horses have a really high requirement for salt. And in weather like this, when they're sweating a lot, and we saw the yearlings, right? They were sweating, right? Horses they lose 3 times the amount of salt in their sweat as we do, right? So they have a much higher requirement for salt. So I can't emphasize enough using loose salt as an addition. Horses are not great about using salt blocks. They're originally designed for cattle, and cattle have a much rougher tongue. They can handle a salt block. Sometimes you'll see a horse go at a salt block initially if they've been a bit deprived, but then they'll lick and then hurt their tongue, and then they don't want to go back and use it, right? Can't recommend that enough. And then I was just going to say feed safety. Not every feed company is the same. Something, that is important to look into. Things that some companies like, for example, like we test not only the nutrient levels of the ingredients that come in, but we're also testing for things like mycotoxins. And that can, severely affect, especially like your broodmares, right? And their health, and even just the health of the baby. So, something to look into, for sure. And, yeah. Thanks for having me. Do you have any questions?
Thanks, Alison.
Sorry, with that 39 grams a day per day lysine, was that for foals? Or what was that number for?
That was for, hang on, let me go back here. It was for like 6 months of age and older.
6 months and older?
Yeah.
I get my salt intake and French fries.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for us, when we take too much salt, we get bloated, right? But we want our horses bloated, quite frankly.
Great. Any other questions for Alison? Thank you very much, Alison, and thanks to Purina for all your support. We sure appreciate it, and been very good to all of us and the CTHF. I know it's been a long day. Everybody's dying here. I'm sure I am too.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say a quick thank you to our illustrious general manager over here, Catherine, and her sister, Christy, for putting everything together, and Martin Scorsese and the crew here from the AV. Really appreciate it, guys. And again, everyone from the Kemp family and the Ballycroy team here for helping out. It's been wonderful. Great host. And on the way out, make sure you grab a copy of this. It's the Jockey Club of Canada put it together. It's Canada's finest 50 horses, something we all strive to have. But it's a great coffee table read. So thank you very much, and we'll see you at the sale.